Hello, hello. Let me switch scenes here with my Stream Deck. I got it all set up yesterday. Look, if you can see the normal view now and hear me, it worked. That's how we know. Which hopefully is the case. The emo is so good. So the good news is, I did bring my office template. The problem is there's something messed up with Word, and I can't actually use Word right now. Now that's an emote. Now that is an emote. Yeah, I set up a whole bunch of stuff. Like I can switch to, like just my camera, which is really big and scary. So we don't do that one. What else can I do? Oh, I can like switch between like follower mode, emote mode, sub mode. I can send hearts in chat. Pretty nice. I can adjust like my microphone volume up and down and the game volume that you'll hear up and down. I can turn on immersion mode. Ooh, this is like good for cutscenes and shit. I can also switch between profiles here too, so if we ever needed to do like if I ever stopped like developing, I wanted to do a game, which we usually stream at 720p 60 FPS, I can switch that without having to go into my streaming computer at all. I can switch profiles. I don't know if I can switch profiles mid-stream. I kind of want to test it, but I'm a little scared to do that. I can also like stop and start recording, and it also gives me, love you. I also have one that tells me the current CPU usage. Well, so it's pretty nice. And there's like little folders I can like go into, and that's where I can like see these scenes and stuff. Yeah, I don't believe you can change profiles during streaming either, but this is such a nice tool. It's weird, it's like it's only telling me that it's using about 15% of my CPU to... Well, I mean, I'm not doing anything to. I mean, I imagine that if I start making the scene a bit harder to encode, that it would negatively affect things like that. So yeah, either way, it's pretty nice. And by pretty nice, I mean really nice. Yeah, so like I said, I actually have my template here, but there's something going on with my version of Word. Probably because I have this installed on multiple computers. And yeah, it won't let me save anything. So I could do it, but I can't save it. I guess I could export it as a PDF. It's fine. Like what I could do is, I mean, because most of this is just going to be text, right? I could just, I don't actually know. Can I edit? I can't even type in it. I can't even type in it. Okay, so let's go the old school way. Let's put things in a fucking notepad document. And I'll fix this tomorrow for some time, and I will copy things over into it. It's so nice. I have headings, and you can like click the headings, and it like updates, and you can like collapse headings and everything. It's got a table of contents that you can update. It's all good. Good shit. Good old notepad, that's true. You know, it's never, you know what's never let me down? Notepad. And Notepad++ never let me down. This is how we're starting the GDD. Okay, let me find a shooting star to mine, because I'm still an addict, as I'm sure you can tell. God, there's like no good ones right now. Okay, if I can mine decently well today, I can reach 99 mining today. It's 3 mil XP. I can do it. But we gotta be on top of things. I gotta be finding those new stars, and I just gotta AFK at them. My PC lets me down regularly. Sometimes my PC does, and when it does, it's bad. Bad. Normally it runs no problem. But when it fucks me over, it really doesn't. It doesn't even use lube. It's like it doesn't take me to dinner first. Doesn't say nice things in my ear. It just has me. It's not nice. Hey Datu. If you're staring at a blank notepad, I can explain. I'm finding a shooting star to mine. Sorry guys. Look, there's a nice juicy one up here. We're gonna go get that AFK XP. Guess what it is and get a new error every week. Jesus. What's the blue screen error code? Because it could be a sign of something failing. Yummy. Oh, you killed the brasskin? Dude, awesome. Was it hitting you for hard, or was it not too bad? Sometimes they smack me just with every cabbage, and sometimes they don't. You can't really do anything to protect against it, except, I guess, increasing your mage defense. Which isn't too bad. 10 swordfish, that's not bad. That's pretty decent. That was for the elite clue, right? Or was that a master? Well, the good thing is, you know, regarding the GDD, which is something we're working on today. Critical process, Jesus. Get straight for next step. APC index mismatch. Index mismatch almost sounds like a something with RAM. It could be that your RAM's failing, or ooh, broken sys file could be. Driver issue, it could be driver issue. That sounds pretty. No, I don't know how. Opera, you doing okay there? Doing okay there, Opera, with the upper part of your bar? Opera, you okay? What the fuck? Speaking of errors, you guys see that, right? Or do you not see anything? Just send me. I don't. Tried 3 sets of RAM. If you don't overclock anything, kernel error 2. Okay, I would do a file check, a check disk, and just look up like essentially basic check disk commands and just run like one of these. That'll just check the installation integrity, because it could be a driver error that's triggering it. you're still willing to see if it's a RAM issue, you can do a, it's not just RAM check, right? RAM, what's the mem test 86. This is the thing to do, and this is free to use. You just install it to a flash drive, you plug it in, and it runs before your computer starts up, and that'll tell you if there's any errors with your RAM. But if you're getting like kernel errors, memory issues, index problems, that seems to me like a either CPU issue, maybe motherboard too, RAM, because it's like the RAM communicates with CPU through the motherboard, so kernel problems too, it's like that's deeper than RAM. It could just be affecting RAM. That's probably like CPU, motherboard, or drivers, which I know are not any words that anybody with CPU with computer problems wants to hear, because those are all expensive things to deal with. Starbound. Do some more Starbound OST today. "8 hours, rain sounds, and Starbound OST." That sounds pretty cozy. Ran SFC scan, it did repair something. Yeah, SFC scan now is good. You could do a check disk, that'll just check the disk for errors, because it's also possible that, you know, there's some corruption going on in your main drive in the sectors that Windows is installed on, and that could result in funky things happening. You can also use a free program that I like to use for checking disk errors, which is Crystal Disk Info. And this is a look. You can also get Anime Girls to see if your hard drives have issues. But yeah, this basically, if you see blue lights on any of them, that's good. If you see anything yellow or red, that's bad. So it's pretty easy to check. And it comes with Anime Girls. Like, it's not. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing bad about that. Okay, so the good thing about working on GDD today is that we're actually so early stage of GDD that I need to organize what the document is going to look like, which I do in Notepad anyway. I do all of my high-level document organization in Notepad. So we'd be starting with Notepad in many cases anyway, so yeah, we're good. Okay, I'll make this a little bit bigger. How does that look? Cauldron, Chronicles. I kind of want it full screen, but I kind of don't want it full screen. Check this, found no problems. I would just try to at least try like a mem test, because at least you can rule out that being a possibility, right? Is if SFC scan now fixed some things, check disk didn't find any issues. Mem test at least will say, okay, maybe then it's something deeper, like some issue with CPU's dying, or maybe some motherboard what are they called? Chipset issue. GDD. We want, oh my god, I haven't done a GDD for so long. I forget all the organization stuff. And I copied over the template for my design documents, but I didn't copy over like one of my previous GDD organization things. Wonderful. Okay, well, generally we want to do, this will be like the golden organization up there. This will be things we need in it. You know what I'll do? Because at least this will give you guys something to look at while we're organizing it. We'll just do this. That way you guys have like something visually appealing to enjoy. You know, we're millennials, we're zoomers, we have to stimulate ourselves constantly, because otherwise we don't know how we're ever going to function. I'll do this. Hold on. Okay, things we need in it. We need information regarding like technical basics, like essentially our one sheet, which we still have not made our one sheet. And again, I have a template for this. And like yesterday, I forgot to bring it today. And either way, we wouldn't be able to edit it because Word is just putting it up my ass for some reason. Things we needed it. One sheet info. So like stylization, technical info. Oh god, what's the term for PPU? This is price per unit, estimation, release, schedule, estimation, not estimation, platforms, and it's just platforms. That will include like what platforms we release on, and also what like whether it's gonna be PC, consoles, etc. Networking info, so whether or not it's like single player or multiplayer, which it's single player, of course. What else? Inspirations and competition. What else do you put in a one sheet? You would put like selling points in a one sheet, but I'm gonna put that as a separate point. Selling points, pillars, gameplay loop, and that's all like preliminary stuff. So that's stuff that when you show people your GDD, they can like skim through that to see the basic info. And if they want to get a little bit deeper into the high level, they can just read the next sections. And of course, the GDD at this stage should just be high level information. So we plan to have this, we don't plan to have this. This thing will generally look like this, generally not look like this. You don't need to get into specifics because that's how you deal with low level. A good designer, in my opinion, has experience knowing whether or not they can actually accomplish the low level or what the low level is going to look like even before implementation. But of course, you can never be sure. Low level can change all the time, depending on budgets, schedules, team members, feedback, community desires, changes in market, and player expectations, which can then change the high level. But usually you want to, when entering like your vertical slice, you aren't changing your high level at that point. Or if you do, it's very rare. What the hell? They made these stars go by so quickly. Ooh, agility pyramid mine. Look at this. We have a T9 at agility pyramid mine. Zenite brain. I love this shit. I have my scepter. I need... Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to not wear... Need some water skins. World 581. It ain't much water, but you know, we'll try to make it work, I guess. Bloody pyramid mine is what? Set to loon. You know what? That would be a good idea. If I was smart. But we're not, so. This is our life now. We have three charges of this. I mean, it is like, if I just start taking damage, I'll just quickly jump to Alcarid and buy some water skins, whatever. Nobody else here brought any, anyway. They probably just brought some food or whatever. Well. It's true. I mean, humidify does have its uses, but can't it automatically turn clay into soft clay as well without the use of buckets? I believe it can. Okay, things we need in it. I love these people just not bringing it. Things we need in it. We need to talk about each system that we're gonna have here, and for sure that's going to include, like, this is the first iteration of our GDD. We're gonna be changing organization, names of things, adding things, removing things. This is a living document as we define it, right? I would say let's just include information about our okay, we'll organize it later. Alchemy system, of course. The open world. We're gonna want to include like sub-sections of this, right? The NPCs. I almost want to include I want to name the NPC system as something like unique, because you know, if we just say we have NPCs in our game, it doesn't mean much. If we just have, we call it the NPC system, that doesn't really mean much either. Can we name the system of this? It's like a narrative system. Should we ask ChatGPT? Should we see if it can brainstorm any names for this? Let's do it. ChatGPT, come to daddy. And I mean COME, not anything else. Yo, what up, Chat GPT? I like putting it in there. You know, if AI ever rises up, it will remember that I've been nice to it, right? You guys can see it if it's there. I'm making an alchemy game in a fantasy world, and to take on commissions from NPCs. We could call it the commission system. I don't like that either. I want something that just, if I can tell people who know games but don't know my game, the name, I want them to kind of put the pieces together. You know, it's just like a one line explanation for it. Taking commissions from NPCs to create potions. And potentially food, but we will exclude that. I need a name for this system to put in my GDD. And I want it to be something simple but understandable by players without much explanation. Players and publishers, I suppose. Start with that. Oh, I'll call you. No, bad, no. ChatGPT. Hey, Blue Bean. Remember one time I took a pen and set to mine granite without water? Oops. Need a name for the mission system. Damn it, ChatGPT, you're not helping. Making it worse. What do we call it for now, like the commission system? Game designers love naming things like this. And I think that we will call it the commission system. Because I think generally if you know what commissions are. Oh, also I'm gonna move it over to it. We kind of have everything in a bad spot, don't we? I have my camera over here, I have chat over here. I don't want you guys to not see things. I can just scroll up, I guess. Tuesday Redemption. What a way. I mean, I kind of like, though, that this game just allows so many... I mean, look at this. Look at this motley crew of miners in all these weird-ass combinations of gear. What a game this is. The fuck did it just... This game is so good. Okay, so alchemy system, I think the things we want to explain about this are... Second breast can mage it, dude. That's awesome. How many steps? This was a... Was this a elite clue or a master clue? I mean, to be honest though, with your stats, it's pretty amazing that you're getting this far into a high level clue. Fingers crossed that you can do the other steps pretty easily. Master too, ooh. If you manage to complete a master with your stats, that would be so awesome. Go talk to Sherlock. Oh, you just need 95 fire making. Have fun. Yeah, some of those master steps are just brutal with requirements. I remember once with a master clue I had. Okay, yes. If there's any if there's anything that getting 95 in, I would, fire making is at least pretty reasonable, but it's still 95. Like, that's not just like a couple hours of work. It's a little bit more, isn't it? About 9 mil. We did a master in RS3. I don't know if the requirements on RS3 for masters are already different. But it can be pretty. Why is Opera doing this to me right now? Huh? Huh? Look at this. You guys don't see that white bar? Maybe I just need to restart Opera. Okay, give me a second. Give me. I won't be able to see your chat for a sec. What the hell? Well, now I can't even drag it to the other screen. Why? Why Opera? Why are you doing this? It's so weird. Oh, I can drag it from the side. You learn something new every day, I guess. You can apparently drag Opera. It doesn't do it on my other screen either. Need 95 and one of the slowest to level skills for a step. Oh, jeez. I would open that, except it's so bad. Divination. Okay, alchemy system. We want to explain, I would say, making potions, processing ingredients, I think we want to have a section 2 about the potions themselves and like their uses, examples, the very least. Making potions, processing ingredients. I need to get myself a dragon pickaxe too. Maybe later today at home. Shouldn't take too long, just a few games of like volcanic mining. I'm out here with almost 97 mining and I have a rune pickaxe. But hey, I have only 4,390 points to next relic. But we're probably going to pick the Fire Nation guys. This really looks like Avatar Last Airbender, like some Fire Nation ceremonial outfit. It's pretty cool though. Rune crafting is slow, but at least it's pretty AFK if you do like the blood runes. It's like in the main game, I think I have. Actually, I don't remember what I have. I have 92 rune crafting, and most of that's from. I think I did 70 to 92 with blood runes. It's pretty AFK. You did natures? That's not AFK at all. Through the abyss or through, probably through the abyss, right? Not through the actual nature altar. Oh my god. Or is this in free to play? Because you can do natures in free to play, right? Or do you need? Actually, I don't know now. Oh yeah, you do need members. So you did it through the nature altar, not even through the abyss. How long ago was this? Open world. God. You know, I'm really excited to work on the open world in Cauldron Chronicles because I have a feeling it's gonna be really awesome to make all these systems. But it's also very daunting. There's a lot to work on. Yeah, you did post a link. I'm a little worried to open it because I can't. Okay, I have to keep it windowed. Be careful. Okay, 80s to 90s. Yeah, there's that 95. Oh, 2009. Okay, that makes sense. Because nowadays it's much faster to do runecrafting. Well, not much faster, but there are better. SRS Master. I'm curious how they compare. They're like relatively the same. Some higher, some lower. Farming much higher. Fire making. They're pretty similar. Do need a lot of more completions of quests in OSRS though. And a lot of some other requirements like full graceful, full lumberjack, full prospectors. That is a very big prayer level difference. That's very true. Open world, I mean, we need to include like activities, which will revolve around. And keep in mind that if I list things here, we still have to prototype these, and it could be that they aren't fun or that they don't fit the game well. So, you know, keep an open mind about that. So if hunting and fishing don't seem like something that fits this game, it is what it is. We'll see. But I do kind of want to lean into that, like, some elements of life sim with this game. Great Orb Project teletaps and the Grog teleport. That's some crazy stuff. It's clue geodes. Hunting, fishing. I think I want to include just something about the general structure of the open world. Biomes. Weather and seasons. We're really gonna go all pretty hardcore in the open world aspects of this. The good thing is though that a lot of these systems in the open world are going to be disjointed, which I don't think is a bad thing, but it's just hunting and fishing are separate systems that we can iterate on, remove, add, without affecting really anything else. And if it turns out that they don't really fit our game, we can remove them and still have an open world that will have things to do. Fallow Step got fairly lucky. The good thing is if you're not an Iron Man, you need mining. I don't know what we would mine for. Yeah, the good thing is with like Fallow Steps is that if you're not an Iron Man, you can buy a lot of the things that you need. Off the GE. Fishing. I'm trying to think if there's anything like unique that we could add here or not. I haven't really thought about it yet because we haven't really been prototyping the open world. But maybe there are some... There are absolutely some things we want to do unique with oceans. We want unique puzzles you can solve, unique, secrets and entrances that you can open up, like shortcuts. Salt. I mean, I do want to have some of those basic flavor ingredients that don't add like any effects, right? Just if you need to sweeten something up, you can add in some like sugar. And I'll be honest with you guys, I'm still just really torn about how to handle this flavor system. Like what flavors do we want? How do we deal with that? Ravens you can be friends, they bring you gifts. I was thinking about having like a pet that can follow you around and help you scavenge for items. Lemon, like citrusy. The thing is, we need... So the way I look at flavors is we need flavors for our potions that can be found in the ingredients we use. Turkey vulture. They're pretty cool. We have to be careful because every pet, if we add pets, we have to then add like AI and stuff, and it could get messy. That's something that I could see us doing during like once we have funding and stuff like that. During early access period or something, if we decide to go that route, which I think we will because I really enjoy working on early access titles. Yeah, we do need flavor system actually. Potions, use examples, effects, flavors, system. You do family crest. Okay, family crest isn't too hard though. That's the one that I'm thinking of. That one's pretty quick and it's solo. Right? Also like looking around early access. Which game? Goofy Dragons? Hey, one magic level's not too bad. Get some high alks or something. Oh yeah, songs. Okay, yeah, I know that one. That one is good. Yeah. I was following around that one for a long. The moment it was released, I was like, "Fuck yeah, let's go." Heroes of Might and Magic. Let's bring it back. I hope I can meet those guys in the future sometime at some. I don't know if they go to trade shows or anything. Might just do some barrows. Hey, that'll be worth it. Bring your new Tome of Water. Just make sure the Tome of Water is charged with soaked pages. I really enjoy being able to meet. You know, the really awesome thing about being a gamer and loving games and going to these to these shows as like part of business is that I can like fanboy over all these people working on games that I love. So I have some pretty close friends at Tail Worlds. They work on Bannerlord, Mountain Blade. Actually, just all of Mountain Blade, and sometimes they show me some really cool stuff. And like last year at Gamescom, they gave me a Mountain Blade T-shirt and this really cool like satchel, and yeah, they're just awesome dudes. If I do go to like Gamescom again, I'm going to try and live stream some of that. Bannerlord is good. It's a really fun game. It's really fun to play drunk as well. So the way I play it drunk is I always like to ride on a horseback with a spear, and then I just recite Lord of the Rings speeches to my troops as we charge into battle. It's great. Do you think it's more worth to use Ava or have Artie Cloak for prayer bonus? Or for Barrows? If you're using ranged, bring Ava's device. But I would also bring, I don't know, it's like the prayer drain effect. Yeah. Well, you definitely need, I would say you need prayer on Barrows. Just because of how hard you could, you could have, not Derek. Yeah, Derek, he could one-shot you, for instance, at low health. So that's not great. You could root him, that's true. I just use the medium combat achievements effect, where the prayer drain effect is removed from Barrows completely. That just made Barrows a fucking joke, but in a good way, right? It's just so casual to farm. Yeah, so I want to talk about this flavor system with you guys, because maybe you have some ideas. To me, on paper, the idea sounds okay. Not great, not bad, but depending on the way that it's implemented, it could work. And it would be something unique. I don't think we should include it just because of that, though. My only issue is that the way we present it and the flavors we have, like, how do we classify something? What are two polar opposite flavors? What, like salty and sweet? Or is it sour and sweet? Or is it sour and savory? Like, what are the opposites of flavors? Maybe ChatGPT has some ideas. What are the word opposites or antonyms of flavors like salty, sweet, and savory? Bland or tasteless? Yeah, but I need like a... Yes, I understand if something isn't savory, it's bland. In say in Witchcraft, you don't want to add flavors because it's all tied to something you can mess up the effect. That's in Witchcraft, though. I mean, we want to keep the magic system... At least I want to keep the magic system a bit low level. Like, it's not a high fantasy world. It's a world in which magic exists, but the alchemy system is understandable, and the flavors do exist. I mean, because we already have things, the ingredients already change the effects. The flavors, in our case, wouldn't change the effects. They would just change the taste. I mean, we could do like sweet and sour, great. Something can be sweeter, something can be sour. No, I agree with that. But we also, we can take that into account, right? We can have potions or poisons, in this case, where if you don't make it a neutral flavor, then the client won't want to buy it, or they won't like it, or it won't work, because they'll be found out, right? And that's the reason that I want the flavor in the game, is because we can have interesting things like that. I need the opposites to also be flavors, just in the opposite direction. Salty, sweet, sweet, salty. Thank you. Savory, bitter. Yeah, but you put sweet and bitter. Maybe we don't deal with opposites. Maybe I'm looking at it in the wrong direction. Because something can be sweet and salty. Something can be sweet and sour. I mean, that's the reason sweet and sour sauce exists, right? I mean, what if we just presented in a way that each of those is that scale between, let's just say for the sake of argument, 0 and 100. And the closer it is to 0, the more neutral it is. The closer it is to 100, the more of the flavor is present. That could work. That could work. We're gonna need to tinker around with that for sure. Let's see. The reason I want hunting and fishing in our game too is because I'd like for you to be able to cook meals. I want to double down on our NPCs and the narrative aspect, and make it so that you provide multiple services to your clients. But we need to prototype all this first. Like I said, it could work, it could not work. It might be good for the flow of the game, it might be bad. We just don't know until we test it, and theory can only take you so far. Commission system. How do we even start to describe the NPCs? I mean, I guess the narrative structure of NPCs. This person just running around. Oh, they're trying to farm mine. Nice. There's a structure of NPCs. I mean, that's such a vague statement. We need to go into like their narrative loops. That's such a long one. I don't even know how to begin to describe that or begin to break that up into smaller bits right now. Lack of explicit UI and instructions, which I think is going to be a core part of this, right? Of immersing you in this world and immersing you in this job is telling you that you don't have anything that's going to give you the easy answer to a problem. These games I just picked up on Steam feel so random. I haven't bought anything from this sale yet. I don't know. I bought so many games this past summer. Like I bought the special edition of Starfield. I bought Baldur's Gate 3. I bought Armored Core. Actually, I bought the Baldur's Gate 3's collector's edition too. I bought a lot of stuff. I'm trying to say, okay, let me play some games I already own. Let's play some more RuneScape. Let me load up Skyrim for the billionth time. Luna's Test, Dungeon Drafters, Shovel Knight, Legend of Grimrock 1 and 2, Songs of Conquest, Backpack Hero, Crosscode. I've played about half of those. Legend of Grimrock 1 and 2 are pretty fun. I like those games. I wish they would make more, but I think the company... Dude, what happened to my screen? What the fuck happened? Like, why does it cut off if I make something full screen? What the fuck happened? I don't know. I bet if I just restart the computer, it'll be fine. I don't know what happened to the company either. It's really sad because I really enjoyed what they were doing with Grimrock. I mean, they were... If you cheesed the AI by moving... You could, like, move diagonal and do hits. I never used that, though, because I always found it kind of just cheating. But I really like those games. I really enjoyed the puzzles in them. I thought they were pretty unique and difficult. And exploring the worlds and everything, it was really fun. Those were great games. I actually streamed those games back when I was streaming full time, like many years ago. I wonder if those videos still exist. I'm really curious, actually. Oh, I'd have to log into that. Hold on. I can actually check on my phone because I haven't logged into mine. You guys ever have like I'm not gonna ask that. Yeah, I remember Dungeon Master. See, my dad was like huge into games. He still is. He's still playing games to this day, and I used to sit with him and watch him play all these old school RPGs and stuff. All the Heroes of Might and Magic, all the Might and Magic, Ultima, Dungeon Master, and so many other old Crusaders of Might and Magic. It's just there were so many RPGs we played, and I probably forgot most of them. Your videos. I'm pretty sure this was the... Oh yeah, 8 years ago. Legend of Grimrock 2 stream, day 6. Talos Principle stream, day 1. Some good stuff. I have all these here. What did the quality look like, I wonder? I was recording at 1080p. Hold on, I'll try to show you guys. Let me switch. Look at this. I don't know if you can see it. Look at all this shit. It's old Legend of Grimrock streams. It was good stuff. Go back to main. Yeah, Ultima manuals were pretty based. You did say poison, but you know, you're not wrong there, right? I mean, we want the alchemy system to be very similar to making stuff in the real world, but with a touch of our own flair to set it apart, to make it unique and to gamify it, right? It is 100% possible that the flavor system, no matter what we do, just isn't going to work in this. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I've told this story about meeting Richard Garriott in real life, but that was an unforgettable experience. And he was a very nice guy. In their studio in Austin, they have this display case full of Ultima memorabilia. It was just like, it was so awesome. As somebody who grew up playing those games and still loves those games, that was a treasure trove. And it's like, you know, it's one thing to meet these really cool, influential people in video games at like an event, but being able to meet them one-on-one unexpectedly and just getting the private tour, sitting down and talking with them was really special. But my God, that man, his office is full of D&D, of all his old, like decades old D&D campaign papers. And he will not throw them out. Just boxes upon boxes stacked up. But I respect it. I respect that a lot. Activities, hunting. I mean, I guess we'll put an activity as like puzzle solving. We just don't know what we're gonna have yet. Again, there's so much of this GDD that we just need to fill out as we prototype it, as we actually see the solution we're going to take to implement these things. or if we're going to implement them at all. It's possible they just won't be fun. Puzzle solving. I guess like ingredients is a whole thing. Ingredients spawning, and we'll do this. Ingredients spawning. Picking. We'll need something about the alchemy hut, where you're like alchemist's hut. Sounds like my bookcase full of binders of D&D stuff. Yeah, I used to do. As a kid, I used to use a lot of the like map making tools for games to make just absolutely broken maps for my dad to play in like Heroes of Might and Magic. And then I would use graph paper and just design dungeons. It was just fun for me to do. So I feel like I have a lot in common with Richard Garriott and other creators of his time. Just what I mean by this is that we're all kind of entrepreneurs, right? When he got into video games, there wasn't any degree for it. It's just he made games because he liked to do it. He liked to experiment and make things, and he enjoyed games. And I feel like, you know, that's something that you, for some reason, find less and less as time goes on with game devs. I've worked with game devs who just absolutely don't give a shit about games. They do it because it's money. They don't play any games. They go home, they do things other than play games. They don't... I don't know. It is what it is. I can tell you, though, I won't hire any of those people at Microraptor. I'm sorry, I don't care how skilled you are. If you don't love games and you have no desire to interact with players in some way, we don't want you. We don't want you here. Might sound harsh to say, but that's just the truth. No, well, the characters are... They're a journey, right? Why would you want to get rid of that? That's like a little section of your brain that you expanded upon and built something unique with. I think it's fun to keep that. I'm going to save this document so we don't... GDD organization. This is going to be a meaty GDD, guys. It's going to be one hell of a... Alchemist Hut. God, we need the narrative of the game. Like the game story, some world lore. Lots of shit. Neverwinter Nights, good stuff. So many, it's a mess. I'm sure my mom hasn't thrown out any of that stuff. It's just gonna be back in Wisconsin. It's kind of sad, but when I moved here to Poland, I pretty much only had... Well, first, I will recommend don't move to a new country. I'm sorry, just... You have to give up so many things, I don't think it's worth it, necessarily. Because you have to pack your entire life, 2 to 3 decades worth into a few suitcases. And there's just no way you can do that. You have to bring, you have to bring clothes, you have to bring some basic shit, and it's like, okay, that takes up 1 suitcase, or maybe 2, depending on how much you have to bring. And then what do you have left? Like a couple of mementos, and I don't know, it sucks. I wouldn't recommend it. And then you're moving away from like everyone you've known and everything that you find familiar. The adventure is nice, but I wouldn't recommend it. And if the culture is different, then you absolutely will experience some level of culture shock. You'll get homesick really easily. The first like 2 years are just mentally destructive. I don't recommend it, but I don't regret doing it. I needed to do it, right? For like my own sanity at the time, and I was able to find work and get more experience and, move closer to someone I care deeply about, and I've made new friends. I enjoy Poland. I enjoy this place, but it doesn't truly ever feel like home. And especially, you don't have the support, the familial support that you would closer to the place where you grew up, right? I mean, maybe some of you don't want familial support, or that you don't have very good familial support. I feel sorry about that. That's really sucky, but the state you're in. Which state are you in? Is it like California or something? Something with just insane taxes and overcrowding issues in cities. Granted, there's a lot of I would say don't if you ever move to the US, if you're not in the US, don't move to a big city. Don't do it. Move to a smaller city with good housing prices, which are kind of impossible to find anywhere. I do have somebody I know who lives in Washington. I don't know how he's doing with it, but I think he used to live in Seattle. He moved out of Seattle, and I think he lives in like a smaller suburb or something. Just probably for the best. Alchemist Hut. I mean, we need to just define like the layout. We're also gonna have like a farming. We want to at least test it out. Amenities. This is the spelling of amenities, right? Yeah. There was a fire in the town, had to evacuate. I ended up crying on the floor while parking because I didn't know what to bring. Jesus. It's not like Hawaii, is it? Holy shit, what's happened in Hawaii, I can't even imagine. I don't want to imagine losing everything and not knowing even where to go, and not even owning, the people in Hawaii didn't even own the land. Like, holy shit. No houses, businesses not hiring, crime rising, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There's so many just. The cities in the U.S., a good portion of them are just absolute terrible places to live. I mean, I know it sounds, I think, boring, or I guess a little bit worrying to some people when you tell them like, hey, just get the fuck out of a city. But really, you find communities that are just much closer. You find people who are much nicer. Your neighbors you actually know the name of and who care about you if something happens. They'll look after your children if you need to like go out and you need somebody to like just watch them for a few hours. You'll get cheaper housing. You'll have just a much more peaceful experience, I think. But yeah, prices of everything going up and prices of housing is just insane, right? I don't even know if I move back how I would, without a stable job or income of some sort, even try to afford a mortgage. Because I'll spend most of what's in my bank account here in Poland just moving back to the US. I can always stay with my parents for a while, but, that's not a long-term solution. Unless I get to keep their house. Which I don't assume. I have a lack of, okay, commission system, narrative structure of NPCs, lack of explicit UI and instructions. How do I define this reward system that I envision? Because I envision it being like scalar rewards and different narrative points triggering depending on the potions you provide or don't provide them. It's very abstract. I guess I'll just like scalar rewards system. Put that there. This this shooting star is gonna run out soon. I gotta. Takes 2 hours of work to afford one meal now. Jesus Christ. What, do you live in like a big city in Washington? You're in California? Jesus. Yeah. I've only been to, I've never been to LA, but I've been to San Francisco. And I don't even like visiting San Francisco. I certainly wouldn't want to live there. Which is a shame because it's got a lot of natural beauty. If you're not in the city. But the prices of things, especially coming from Poland. Let's put it this way, the price of one meal in San Francisco is about equal to the, I'd have to work for, I think, 2 to 3 days in Poland to make enough to afford one meal in San Fran. And the amount that I spend, I would say on like 1 week, is the amount that I would make in 1 month. It's absolutely terrible. I hate going to GDC for that reason. Like, just please move it to any other city. I probably won't be going to GDC next year though. But I might do, I don't know when, like, I've never been to Tokyo Games Show. I'd be pretty interested in going there. Tokyo Games Show would be pretty cool. But that would also be expensive. But at least the quality of going around in Japan is much, much better than the quality of going around in San Francisco. World lore, game story. We don't know too much about this yet. But we do have a lot of the aspects of our GDD explained here. Potions, open world. I kind of want to do more about potion, or about the open world structure. Well, I guess like secrets, shortcuts. We'll have to explain. We really need to find good inspiration of the open world and parkour. It'd be pretty funny to parkour up the tree to get some nuts from a squirrel. It would be pretty funny if you could, if there were like squirrels in the game that ran around, grabbed nuts on the ground and like buried them, as they do. And if you followed them to where they buried, you could steal their nuts. That'd be a pretty fun achievement to have, to steal a squirrel's nuts. I should put that down. Kind of a funny idea. Maybe squirrels that bury nuts they find on the ground. You can then follow them and pick them up or dig them up. I think those little experiences are what makes an open world feel alive. You know, if you focus too much on, like, I guess the overarching systems of the open world, you can often lose touch with actually making that open world feel alive, which I think one of the things that makes a lot of like Ubisoft and EA open worlds just feel so bland. It's not that they are structurally bad, but they are often very bland, and they're just copy paste design. And it's a design that works. It's certainly like these games do sell, but they don't feel alive. They don't really have any interaction with them outside of the systems that are so clearly designed by the designers. And I think this is where games like Elden Ring is a good example of one that feels really alive. There are unique interactions and things to do that you don't find anywhere else in other areas. Like, for instance, I think you know Blythe, right? I don't know if you guys have played Elden Ring. I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Blythe, his name. But the only way you can get him down from his, I mean, kind of spoilers, right? But the only way you can get him down from his perch in the church is you have to perform an emote below it. And it's so unspoken, but a really cool idea. Never seen a squirrel bury a nut. It's always in trees and crevices. I don't know if they prefer to bury or if they prefer to hide in trees and crevices, but yeah, I've kind of seen like both. I need to get out of here before I die. Because I am dying. Okay, we need to find Basin Mine south of Brimhaven. POH. It's a tier 2. 556. There is one at Alcarid Mine. Walnut tree started growing. Dude, they forget their nuts all the time. Walnut trees, though, are pretty hardcore. How many clues I'm getting? This is insane. There it is. That'll do for a little while. We're almost 97 mining. Oh, I can put my regular clothes back on too. Could depend on the squirrel. It might. I know that the ones in Poland here are much smaller than the ones we had back in the States. We had those gray squirrels back in the States that are, God, they're kind of assholes, to be honest. Okay, one thing I want to write regarding Cauldron Chronicles is squirrels bigger than cats, yeah. They're so much smaller. I wonder if I can find gray squirrel versus European squirrel. I don't know what red squirrels. I don't know if there's any size difference. they have pretty cute bushy ears here. But they're much smaller too. I don't know if there's any size difference. That's a pretty good, kind of a shitty image quality, but yeah, that's pretty decent. They're much smaller. But we live next to a park where if you're very calm and you bring them some seeds or some nuts, they will run up to you and take them from your hand. And I'm pretty thankful that around where we live there seem to be nice people that aren't trying to purposefully scare or hurt the squirrels, and they do feel trusting enough to do that. So fairy tale squirrels. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good way. I haven't thought about that. I wonder if I could stream at 60 FPS. Yeah, they've. I've unfortunately had to, let's just say, deal with squirrels in the US because they're ferocious. They are so ferocious. They're annoying. They're annoying and ferocious. They get into things they shouldn't. My mom loves them, but like Jesus, they're kind of pests at a certain point. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna fix the issue with Microsoft Word for tomorrow. It is Tuesday, right? Yeah, so we're gonna fix the issue with Word tomorrow. We'll try to put some of this stuff into a document, and then uh, that way for Thursday we'll be ready for the stream. Depending on how inebriated I get during Thursday's stream, I might take Friday off. Okay, just at a certain point, the lower this bottle gets, the more likely that Friday is going to be a free day for me. We'll see. We'll see. I'll try not to. 61 range, congrats. Congrats. Levels are permanent. Tree squirrels here are okay, just bark a lot, but the ground squirrels are evil. Let's load up Unreal. Let's work on this processing station. I'm pretty excited to get this. By today, I'd love to have a new GIF. Add kobolds. I've been thinking, so oh, how much do I want to say about this? Okay, I'll say this. I can say anything I want about my own fucking company, which is one of the reasons I started it. We had a game idea that is still on the back burner called The Nightmare Lake. And it was inspired by a Lovecraft poem of the same name. If you haven't read that poem and you like Lovecraft, I would recommend that poem. It would be essentially a spiritual successor to Majesty. I don't know if you guys know about that. It's a very old game. It's on sale right now. 100% recommend it if you like old real-time strategy games. We wanted to make a spiritual successor to this, but in a Lovecraftian-inspired universe. Bitch. And yeah. Yeah, it's on Steam. It even has workshop support. It's a really good game. I think that it actually still holds up really well. But the problem is there's a couple things regarding publishers because we made a pitch deck. Now it's kind of dark, but I can show you. Actually, I can open up a PDF of it. Hold on. I'll show you guys. I think I put it on Dropbox. I gotta log into my Dropbox account. And give you guys the kind of quick pitch about it. Log in. Which account did I add it to? The game is like 20 years old. Everybody who seems to really enjoy it wants a successor, but there hasn't ever been any actual successor to it. There have been games that are kind of like it, but in such minuscule ways that it isn't really the same. Okay, it's probably this one. Oh, my star just ran out too. Gotta find a new one. Okay, let's see. Copy. We sent a code. Look for a code. Trust this computer, yes please. Ooh, I've got him. I gotta find a new desert. I don't want to go to fucking desert again. I'll just go to Lumbridge. Fuck it. I'll give you guys the pitch as best I can. You have to remember, I'm not actually that great at pitching yet. I don't have much experience doing it. All of the art that you see was AI generated in this, but we use it as a reference to kind of get people into the mood. We don't really want to use any AI in the final game at all, so just to preface that, if you see it and you're worried. I want to put this up, but okay, it's fine. Bit to page. Okay, so yeah, we had this game. I'm gonna give you the quick rundown because I don't want to spend the whole time talking about Nightmare Lake, but our idea was essentially very similar to Majesty. Command heroes indirectly in a challenging RTS city builder where eldritch horrors want to end your experience or existence. The Nightmare Lake is a single-player RTS city-building hybrid set in a Lovecraftian-inspired world overrun with eldritch horrors and death. Recruit heroes who have a mind of their own and watch as the enemies and world break them one by one. Build up your town with guilds, marketplaces, and defenses as the Nightmare Lake's presence aims to undo any of your successes. And really, it's pretty similar, but we wanted to delve deeper into like city building aspect. One of the ways that I had designed it to be quite a bit different from Majesty was that as your city expands, there are sewers that run beneath your city that grow as well, and the more that it grows, the more difficult things can pop up and attack you. But you can also send parties of heroes into those dungeons, into your sewers, as a sort of like group raid, essentially. So you can't, of course, like Majesty, you can't directly command your units, but you can group them into parties with each other. And very similarly to like XCOM, where you build up relationships with your units, and if one of them like dies in battle, it can, maybe it sends the other one into a frenzy. There'd be kind of similar ways with that, where if members of your parties had successes or died or were critically injured, the party would change how it acts and how it reacts. So it was. I mean, Majesty was just crazy with its stuff. So yeah, we had these. I had this idea of actually just having adventuring parties that could create bonds and stories autonomously. So it was almost like watching. Let's say you hire, a knight, a rogue, a wizard, and a cleric. They're going to go into the inn. They're actually going to form a party on their own, and they're going to go out and do things on their own, just like in Majesty. You can't directly command them, but you can incentivize them, right, with reward flags and bounties and such things like that. But they would also, camp. They would share time together. They would actually come to do things together, spend time in the tavern after when they need a break together. And that to me is almost like a Sims-like quality, right, where they actually build up these relationships on their own and develop their own stories. And then the stories of these adventuring parties is actually very core to each game that you play. We kind of wanted that player to feel emotions like that. So, like attachment to their heroes. The successes and failures of them and their parties actually reflects on your ability to manage and protect them. Yeah, and of course, Majesty was like the core game inspiration. But of course, we were also inspired by things like Darkest Dungeon, Banished, Dungeon Keeper, The Sims, Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld. But there aren't really any actual competitors to this type of game, because most RTS games, you do have a level of control over your units. It's funny, but it's actually a legitimate strategy to spread wealth among your units. You can build something pretty cheap, put a big bounty on it, and especially rogues, you can give them quite a bit of money to spend on upgrades. I mean, it's just a great game. Majesty is such a great game. Great soundtrack, great idea. And one of the things I was telling publishers that I was pitching this game to was that is that this is still a game whose gameplay holds up all these years later. It's really hard to verbally sell the idea of a game that you don't have control over your units, like an RTS game that you don't control your units. But really, if you play it today, in my opinion, the game is still extremely fun, extremely solid. It's really great. Elf Lounges, yeah. So, we had a quick pitch of it, and this one was really, really, really liked by publishers. Every publisher I pitched this to, they love the idea. So it is something that I want to get to one day. Maybe after Cauldron Chronicles. I need plastic. Why is it doing this? Did I just restart my computer and see if it fixes this issue? Because this is obnoxious. Let me try doing this first. I don't know what this will do to the stream. Okay, that fixed it. Okay, problem solved. You guys can still, it's all working correct, right? We're all good? Everything looks fine. You guys hear everything? See everything? Okay, cool. That fixed it. Just, I guess something weird with capture card or something maybe. I want to know how 8 years ago, with I believe my GTX 970, I was managing to stream and play games 1080p 60 FPS. It's pretty impressive. Kind of wanted to pick up Quest for Glory Collection because my copy of the game only played half of 5 before it stopped working. Yeah, I'm really glad that there are the groups or developers who are just helping to keep older games updated. I kind of wish Bethesda did similar stuff. I mean, they did it with like Skyrim, right? But just please, Fallout 3 and New Vegas, just please make those work reliably on newer computers. Those games I want anniversary editions of. Yeah, Skyrim is the only thing they do. I mean, the thing is, I think people just play it. I think the stats on like SteamDB and stuff or Steam charts are just a little wonky. I think more people would play Fallout 3 and New Vegas if it was easier to just get them running at the very least. Because, you know, you can buy Skyrim Special Edition and just launch it up. No problem. And it works. But no, like with Fallout 3 and New Vegas, you need to go to hell and back with certain memory tweaks and changes. Vanilla Skyrim is kind of lackluster. I also hold the opinion, and I think the balance of the game is atrocious. The difficulty balance is terrible. But Bethesda's always done the laziest version of difficulty balancing. Skyrim is just a really good sandbox. And that's part of the reason why I think that Starfield will eventually get to a point where it is better than it is now. They develop their games, and the engine is really, really good for user-created content. Much better than most other games that come out. I need my to-do list. Where's my make it so ingredients can be sent between the stations properly. We have a lot of stuff to do for processing station. Okay. We can get the spawn point set up. That should be pretty easy. The last time I played, I didn't have too many issues with that, but I was playing a mod pack, so I'm sure that they include a lot of fixes for stuff like that. Processing. I need the processing station. Then I'm going to take the alchemy station. Endless Magicka. Star ran out again. There's no good ones right now. I played... The thing is, I always like to play with Legacy of the Dragonborn. So I need a pack that has that. Because for me, Legacy of the Dragonborn is my reason to play it. I love collecting. I love filling out the museum and watching as the more I engage in, the more awesome it becomes. So I don't remember which one I played last time, but something like that. Spawn, ingredient on table. Yeah, I think we said we were going to just update this with a station. Never played with mods or TLCs. In Skyrim? You've never played Skyrim with mods? Oh my god, it's a life-changing experience. And Legacy of the Dragonborn is the place to go. This is a fully featured, this is like DLC sized mod with its own voice acting, its own storyline, its own characters and soundtrack, and it's based around the premise of you are inheriting a museum, and it has nothing in it. But as you complete quests, as you get items, you can place all these items and things inside of it, and people will actually visit the museum and, you know, and pay for visiting it. And like I said, it's fully featured. It's got its own quest line and everything that progresses as you build up your museum. And it makes every single thing that you do in Skyrim actually feel important. Placing all the unique items, doing everything. It's amazing. I can't even explain just how deep this goes. It's like all the books. You can display all the unique books, all the treasure maps. You can find paintings that you can place on the walls. You have your own little house in there too, of course, because it's kind of an all-in-one mod like that. So you have mannequins and stations. It can automatically take and sort everything from your inventory. So you can like go on a big alchemy spree and just press one thing and it sorts all your alchemy ingredients into the chest right by your alchemy station. Oh my god, every gemstone that you can collect, there's seashells around all the coastlines that you can find. You know, there's a whole like a guild here, like an archaeology guild that you can build up, and they have their storyline too, and they have all these characters have voice acting. Statues, playing cards, you know, it's just if you ever dive back in, this is the mod to get. And it just makes it every single little dungeon that you normally would just skip because the reward isn't useful. Well, now you can put it in your museum. Now you can show it off. It doesn't just collect dust in like some chest or some barrel. And airships, which are lore friendly in Elder Scrolls. Oh yeah, you can get mods for that, for the nerd route. I don't know. This mod is like stupidly good. Like collecting all of the pieces of different armor sets, and and at least just having some place to show it. It just makes every single item important again. Like everything that you do is actually useful. They also, I think it adds like a bunch of unique items too. I don't know, it's insane. Is there a way to safe spot Varric? I don't think there's a way to safe spot, unless he's down in the dungeons, you can safe spot. Ooh. New star just dropped. East Falador Bank, tier 7. Yeah, you can just like entangle them and shit. There it is. All right. Yeah, and you're already like you already have decent mage gear because you're maging them anyway, so. Yeah, I think we wanted to add an enum to this station. It wasn't current station, right? Or no, it was gonna be station to spawn on. Station to spawn on. I don't think we need that. We just need to switch. We can return node from that. Ooh, no, we can do a select. Processing station actor. Get child actor. And we'll have to add the arrow in. Pretty much just similar to what we did here. Arrow. Ingredient spawn arrow. Probably generally pretty good. Ingredient spawn arrow. Oh wait, I have to cast first. Cast to processing station. This Starbound soundtrack works really well with rain sounds. Yeah, for all its flaws, I still like the game a lot. I think it's quite enjoyable. Select on station spawn on. The game is surprisingly CPU heavy. It's not very well optimized in the CPU. Yeah, it especially going into, I forget what the name of the port was, like the, like the hub. But holy, The game just slows to a crawl. I think generally this covers it. We just need to find references to this in all blueprints. Just make sure that we correctly update that. Jesus, that is a... I don't like the default of that being on ingredients. That's like, that's the one we don't want it to spawn on. I need to change the default of that. Default to alchemy, please. These should be okay. Send ingredient. Okay, we need to send ingredient to station. Oh, you haven't played since it left early access. Well, there's a lot that you're missing then. Oh, I remember what this was for, yeah, okay. I think we just need to... okay, I wanted to try to play that with my fiance, but she didn't get super into it. However, I think that could be the... I did install some mods that made it kind of needlessly complex. She has a tough time knowing what to do in games, especially games that are like sandboxy in nature. She doesn't know what to, which is weird because she loves The Sims and Crusader Kings. But then I try to get her into playing other games that are sandboxy in nature, and she's like, I don't know what to do. Like, how did you ever learn how to play these other games? She's crazy. Oh, hey Crossroads. I didn't see you. Sorry, I didn't see you enter. How are you doing? Game says what to do. I know it. Look, this is what I tell her. I say it tells you what to do. It's like, but you can do anything. It's like, do you want to explore? Do you want to build a base? I don't know. She's weird with games. It's really hard to find games that she likes. It was a miracle that I could introduce her to Crusader Kings 3 and she liked it. She's by far the most picky person when it comes to games and just completely unpredictable. I like there's no games in the co-op list that I can actually introduce her to that she'll like. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have, people around that can support you, Crossroads? I assume so, but, one day at a time, right? Well, maybe I can help you just kind of disassociate for a little while or something. We're just working on getting our processing station set up so that when we can move ingredients between all the stations. Hopefully, I don't know if it will actually, I don't know if it'll function. We can, oh, I have a breakpoint on that for some reason. Well, it did send it, so it got rid of it. Oh, it did send it. Okay, so we are sending. That button isn't working yet. But we can adjust that. Ingredient buttons. These are the ones we need. Send. I think we had the buttons set up. No, we don't. Send to processing. Unreleased. Oh, we also need send to alchemy. Need both of these to be set up. Okay. I think if I get actor. Yeah, it is really nice for that. I do kind of worry though that I have that need for stimulation. I have like really bad ear ringing, even at night and stuff. But having something, I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why I have it, but I like to have something happening in my ears, even if it's just like white noise, to help me not focus on that. I have to sleep with a fan on, for instance. I always have a fan, because otherwise I just hear my ears ringing really loudly and I can't sleep. The backup option is like playing some rain sounds or something, and eventually that'll get me to sleep, but yeah. I know some people don't sleep with fans, but I need a fan to sleep. I can't imagine just sleeping in silence. Okay, actor Harvard, send to processing. I think we can also grab the spawn ingredient on table. Get ingredient ID. I think this will work. Whenever I'm not active, buttons like that have something that makes white noise for him because I can't stand the fans on in the winter. My fiance doesn't like the fan blowing on her, so what we do is we aim it at the wall. But in this I I get really hot when I sleep, and she's like a furnace. She tries to get closer to me because she says she's cold, but she is a furnace underneath those sheets. And then so she gets closer to me, and now it's like I'm sleeping with a furnace underneath an already warm enough blanket. So now I'm dying, and I wake up like the collar of my shirt is like wet with sweat, and I just smell bad. I mean, thankfully I shower every day, right? But still, Jesus. So in the summer, I like to blow the wind at the sheets because it helps to remove some of that extra heat. We don't have air conditioning in our apartment at all, so it ain't great in the summer. Air conditioning is just now kind of becoming something that people want in Poland, but we do not have it. It's very expensive. I mean, this should work. No air conditioning in your house? You're in Washington though, right? So I mean, I don't know what the Washington's. I don't know where you live, but depending, like maybe the average temperatures aren't too bad, but I could still see in the summer in Washington, you might still want it. Okay, we don't handle that yet. It's probably spawning the ingredient, but it's probably not getting rid of the ingredient, right? Yeah. Okay, the spawning is working. Whee! Fun. Maybe. I mean, okay, I'm not a hairy person, but my legs, you know, I'm a guy. I've got hair on my legs, and I think that does contribute to some of my heat in bed. Oh, you're in an area that gets extreme temperature? Ugh. Wisconsin is kind of similar, but I guess Wisconsin and Washington are kind of in that same latitude line. I lived here most of my life without air conditioning. Most I had were swamp coolers. Yeah, swamp coolers do well. We need to do a lot of this stuff. We need to cast. I don't think we need to update the ingredient inventory because we're not sending it to the inventory, but we do need to handle exit button and then destroy actor. Moved to Texas, the air conditioning was amazing. Yeah, it is. I've been to Texas a few times, and ooh, I actually really like Texas. I like aspects of Texas, let's put it that way. I don't know if I would live there well, certain parts of it, I guess I could see myself living there permanently, but I would still need to be able to have a job. Like the housing prices down there are really nice. You can get some nice houses down there. But their summers are, ooh, I don't know if I could deal with that. And I like the snow. I like winter. You know, the extreme cold, not so great, but I like the snow. I like the holiday theme, you know, the getting a real Christmas tree. I love that stuff. I don't know if I could live without that. My dad had to live down in Brownsville, Texas, which is like a 5-minute drive away from the border in the southern tip of Texas. And he only had to do that for a few years for an important job. And then he moved back up to Wisconsin with us. I liked aspects of it. But that is not all aspects. This will work, right? You see? Like how it spawns on top of that. It was probably, partly just because of that's cool. I don't know if that working? Was that actually spawning all the lavender? Hold on. It should have. Oh, it did put 4 there. It's just they're hiding because of these that we have there. I think it's working. We have to fix how the beans spawned, but yeah, I know what's causing that. Okay, it's working. I don't like the amount of clicking that I have to do, but for a prototype, it's acceptable. Camera, we need to fix the spawning. And that's occurring because of the rotation. We need to add 90 to the Z value. I'm gonna make a rotator, and then what we'll do is we'll do another select. I need a new select. Select. This should fix it. Yeah, we're good. Also, if I tape what's because I'm on my phone, yeah, don't worry. Don't want to be in a room alone at the moment, so downstairs where computer is out. No worries. You can stay as long as you want. We're going to be on for many more hours just working on our game. I think we have the spawning between stations done. I'm actually surprised that happened without errors. Or at least I don't notice any errors. Okay, that's really good. Need ingredient spawn point, we've done. Need actual processing. We need to do the processing boxes. And I think that will also be relatively easy. I like how we had sending ingredients between different stations, I think like 3 times written down. Ugh. I think that's pretty good. Trace. So I'm going to close some of these functions down just so that we have a more organized graph. 59 magic. Nice job, dude. And 20 barrows. You're pretty close to getting another unique. Let me know if you get one and which one it is. hopefully like a piece of like arms or something tasty and expensive. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, we need the actual like processing boxes. How are we gonna do this? So substations can have ingredients placed on into them. Widget will show processed version stats and can then press button to process it. This is an interesting one. I'm also very cold. I'm thinking like I'm wearing a pretty thick flannel shirt. I don't know. I don't like working when I'm too cold or too hot. Need temperature control. Why was money taken out of my bank account? Oh, this says money added. That's a good thing. Money added to my bank account. That's very good. It shows the little plus next to the number, and then I know that I'm not going to die. Great. Wonderful. Okay, processing station. I'm gonna also hide this box again. This one, because we have it visible right now. Oh no, wait, it's visible but hidden in game as well. So let's put up one. Let's do. Where's a collision? Box collision. I'm gonna make a new scene route. Well, this will be for processing boxes. That's what we'll call it. Why does that have the same dimensions as... What? Weird, I didn't duplicate that. I'm going to make these visible in-game as well, just so we know where they are currently. One of the quests you need for Masters in RS3 is not easy. So my thought is to have something like this. I can group things, can I? No. Add event. Oh. The light within. What is that? Long quest. Need 80s. Need a lot of 80s. It doesn't look too long, but maybe like some of these aspects of it are longer than they appear in writing, right? Follow up to Sot. That'd be pretty cool. I hope we get more quests in OSRS. I really hope we do. I really, really enjoy RuneScape quests. Just in general. The premise of... Most of them in RS3 and OSRS are just so interesting and unique. Keep putting it on the opposite side. We need it on the other side. Oh, we'll have to be a little careful too about how this functionality works, because I don't want... We need to be careful. There's a couple of considerations. For instance, if we spawn an ingredient and it falls into one of these boxes, what happens? If we have more than one ingredient in these boxes, how do we account for that? Do we spawn it back on the table or something, or do we... How do we do that? I almost want to make like a... I'm almost wondering if we should make a separate... child actor for the processing station boxes. That way we can give them the same functionality. That way we only have to write the code once, and we can just change which state it will process the ingredients into, right? I think that would be really smart. Before we go any further. It'll also be the most robust, right? Let's do that. New blueprint class. Actor, BP, processing box. Let's mark it for add as well. Okay, it's marked for add. Box collision. I'm going to add text as well. And we're just going to put this on the it'll be shown on the table so that the player knows which box processes it into what. Processing. Okay, let's add a child actor. Plague's End is equivalent to Song of the Elves. Oh, okay. Does it have all the same stuff, like all the light puzzles? Because Sot in OSRS is just... That's a day. That's a day that you have to... You have to do all this. Oh my god, what a quest. I mean, it's a good quest. It's a good quest, but Jesus. Where is the... Oh, I didn't give it a class yet. Processing box. Okay. Yeah, I got a few things to change about that. Number one, I want you... and I want you down here. I need it right above the floor. Yeah, like here. You fight the Dark Lord in Song of the Elves. You fight... Oh god, what's her name? The Saren. Fragment of Saren. Oh, she's referred to as the Dark Lord by the Ioworth clan, so yeah. Pretty much. Do I want to rotate these? I guess I can. Rotation shouldn't matter, really. The box should be smaller, though. Not need to be that big. Yeah, I mean, can we fit then? I don't even know how many we need. We wrote down some of the different ingredient possible effects, right? Did we save that document? No, not that one. Okay, we did. Yeah, and while we want to do these on the table or something, we'll see. For now, we have 7 possible states, 6 apart from normal. We can't change into normal, so we only need 6. We only really just need 6 of these boxes. We don't have much space, do we? I'm gonna get rid of these things on the table. I want to get a feeling for how much space this actually is up. We don't see the boxes. Why not? That's right, we made these new. There we go. I think that's a pretty decent size, but it's going to be hard to fit 6 on here. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not going to be hard. It'll be fine. We can also put like some of the stuff maybe in front too. Like of course in the final game it'll be a bit more immersive. Like if you want to cook something, you put it on something that cooks. I'm worth 6.5 billion? Jesus. There aren't too many in OSRS that are worth billions. It's mostly third age. Just third age, pretty much. Third age pickaxe, I think, is max cash stack. As long as you can't put an ingredient in 2 of these at once, I think it's okay. Third age dye, Jesus. Some people have wanted dyes in RuneScape, in OSRS. I don't think it would be a good thing though. The cosmetic variants are enough, I think, because they don't drastically change the way that the core item looks. Cat worth 9 bill, Jesus. I think that's pretty good. There seems to be enough space between them too. Yeah, it should be good. I just don't want them to, you'd be able to put 2 or have 1 ingredient to 2, because then it might screw up some of the logic that we do. So as long as I can keep them apart a little bit, which I think we've done, it'll be good. It'll be okay. Oh, this kind of does make it difficult though. Like, how do we show? I might have an idea. But you guys gotta give me like 2 minutes to hit up the bathroom. Quick break. So I'll do that real quick. And look, I can do it with my stream deck. Look, I can change the scene to BRB and mute my mic. So BRB. are back. And my star ran out. This is very upsetting. I'm gonna write some strongly worded letters. Kendall Bank, Narda Bank. Narda Bank I could do. I could do Narda Bank. Okay, so I had a little bit of a... I don't know if I should tell this story. Okay, I need to tell this in a way that is friendly and not disgusting. I had a little bit of a scare in the bathroom just now. And let's say I needed to produce methane. As everybody does. But it felt a little bit different than usual. As if I should be sitting down while producing methane. Thankfully, it was not what I thought or I feared that it was. But Jesus, that is the worst scare. So hope you're not eating currently. That was my story. That was my life story. How did the swings? How did the scene switching work? By the way, was it pretty decent? I think it works. I tested it yesterday. It was really easy to set up. Okay, so yeah, my idea for these processing boxes is pretty simple. I just need to add in a cube. Not that big of a cube. Need to switch locations to Narda Bank 563. I'm good, didn't get a good look since I was just listening to him. No worries. I'm sure if something crazy happened, I mean, at the very least, I have a much better on-glance view of whether or not I remember to turn my mic back on or something. So, yeah, it's working pretty well. And I could definitely like afford to stream at... I should try. Next time we play like a game or something, or I'll just test it for like 20 minutes at the start of some stream. If we can actually handle 1080p 60 FPS. I don't think we can, but it depends. It might depend too on like the bit rate and what we're doing, because obviously if I'm just not moving the screen, it doesn't really have to do too much to encode frame to frame. But if there's a lot of like movement and stuff going on, I can see that it's spiking up a bit. It's like 30. So sorry, I probably shouldn't be doing that to the camera. Hopefully you guys aren't paying too much attention. Give you motion sickness. Okay, my idea is something like this. Put this beneath the ground a little bit. probably too much. I want to throw the widget on there, that widget that we have for widget. I want to put it in the cube. This is the, I don't remember. I think it's in, I don't remember. Hold on. It's this one here. Cauldron ingredient info. I want to repurpose this one because I think it's pretty good. Cauldron ingredient info panel one. That's the one. That's the very large one. What is that? Draw does what? Okay, looks better. What the hell is going on? I think it's because it's attached to that cube. Okay, let me adjust it here. We can always attach it back after. I think we want to angle it at 70. As for scale, it's going to be really small. We need to make it really small. Where, why can't I move it? Huh? What is going on? Sometimes this engine is just wild. Let me try adding that again. And hopefully not having that weird result. now I can move it. Okay. I boosted up to 0.06. Kind of. It gets really laggy when I try to move it. Not like to be moved. Receive hardware events, yes. Well, no, because we don't have any hardware events for it to see. Proto Brown. Why do we have two? Do not know. Kinda weird. Only updated that one? Only updated one of them? It's so weird. We can probably put it down into the ground just a little bit more. So the thought here is that I can, sorry for the silence, is that we can put the ingredients in the box, and when we do, it will make the pop-up show up with the changes. That's my thought, at least. It might be a little hard to see it at some of these angles, but we shall see. I'm gonna make a duplicate of this panel though. UI Cauldron duplicate WBP processing box info panel. Move here. I think I managed to get to sleep. Thank you for breaking the silence. Anytime, you're always welcome. I'm glad that the music helped. I was worrying that it might be maybe a bit too relaxing in ways, but yeah, it's Starbound has some nice music. Specifically this video, if you want to ever check it out yourself. Hopefully you can get to sleep. If not, and you want to hang out some more, don't hesitate to join in. Otherwise, please sleep well and, one day, 1 hour at a time. Talk to people, keep yourself occupied, and I don't know, I'm not good at this stuff. I'm not good at helping people, I think. You're welcome for whatever I could do. Always glad to help. And we'll talk later. Name type state. I know some people. Things have changed for the man I'm about to speak of, Jordan Peterson. But one of his books, 12 Rules for Life, he talked a lot about crisis management. And this was many years ago. Like I said, things have changed, but he said, one of his things that he would recommend to his patients, or the people that he would see, not really patients, but clients, was to break things down mentally into sections that you could handle. If you couldn't handle to think about the next hour, then just think about the next minute. If you couldn't think about the next minute, just think about the next second. Just focus on, on breathing and getting through the next actual manageable piece of time that you can get through. And don't think anything beyond that. And apparently it helps you relax to get through each of those bits of time. And I don't know, maybe that's something that actually works. I'm not sure, but I've been trying to do that to some degree of success, sometimes failure, but maybe it helps. Gradient name types. Do what you can, and I know that you have a lot of people. I think you can rely on. We haven't known each other as much as some of your other friends, but yeah, just feel free anytime, any day. change this widget? Hidden, let's do visible for now. No worries, no worries. You know, I think that anything with creative work, people do their best work when they can afford to be creative, right? And as an artist, you know, I'm sure you know that better than most people, and I have the same thing with being a designer. If certain things are happening in life and I'm asked to be creative, I can't do that. And I'm not going to produce my best work or any work at all. So just life needs to come first. These are really small. I wonder if I can make it so you can like right click to see it more closely. You could do that. We could put a camera on each of these. You can zoom in on the station. Have a good one too. Sleep well. Your best. I think you can put the ingredient up here. Kind of funny. Let's do this. On each of the boxes, we'll put a camera. Won't we have to test, though, if the player is hitting a... Maybe not. If these boxes, if these collision boxes... Well, how does our right click work right now? I guess it would be our tick graph. It would change our tick trace state. Alchemy table item type. And it has to use an interface. Okay, we could do that. Ingredient cauldron jar. We could add a new alchemy table item type. This would be a processing station box. Or just like a processing box. Let's see how quickly we can do that. Data, alchemy table item type, add new processing box. Now in here, we can add new texturonis. We need a new trace state. I don't know where we stored that. Probably table. Covering processing box. The thing is, wouldn't that cause an issue Because what happens if we put an ingredient inside of that collision box? I think what we need to do is make this collision box not respond to any traces. But we need to make the widget needs to respond to traces. And this box needs to as well. Alchemy table. I think it was the alchemy trace, right? See, it needs to block alchemy trace. Okay, let's have it tick the trace state again. Not current station. Trace state. Okay. Oh, switches back to idle actually while we do that. Kind of weird. I feel like this star that I'm at is gonna run out soon. Stars today have just been so shit. Why does it not pick that up? Yeah, it's probably because it has no interface. Does the alchemy table item. Class settings, and the star just ran out. Like 10 seconds after I said that. Oh my god, there's nothing. Ardoon, Port Khazard. I don't have access to these locations. Piscatoris. Yenil, those are all Kandarin. Guess we're hanging out in Narda for a while. Okay, let's add the interface. Alchemy table item. It sets it to hovering ingredient. Oh, and it's triggering even below the... Right, because it ignores alchemy trace. Why does it go to hovering ingredient though? Why does it do that? Oh, it's because we need to get item type. We needed to, yeah, it needs to be set to private. Okay, all right, I got it. Okay, so that's working, and it doesn't trigger on the box, which is good, because we want to make sure that it it doesn't consume that. I don't know. I might be worried about it, but I just want the player to be able to click on this, to right click on these, and to zoom in. Why did we have the table? What happens if we make the table not ignore the alchemy table trace? Does anything bad happen? If, say, on this main cube, we block alchemy trace. Because then it fixes that problem. Doesn't seem to cause any issues. Yeah, I feel like our... Oh, I know why. That happened over here too? Yeah. That's kind of a bug technically in the trace. It could cause issues. We need to set the trace state to dragging. Oh, hold on. Ingredient dragging. Now, I think ingredient found only changes if we actually have something picked up, right? Yeah, I would say while ingredient found is valid, we shouldn't be changing the state at all. It is valid. Actually, I can do the... I thought we handled that though by just turning off the tick. No, we need the tick trace because that actually is that's actually what controls the dragging, right? So we do need to do that. Believe. Maybe not. If this doesn't cause any problems, this should make it so that while we're dragging, I wanna show me the tick trace or the trace state again. It should remain on dragging ingredient while we are dragging an ingredient, essentially. And it cannot change no matter what we do. Yes. That will make it a lot more robust. I swear at one point it was working like that too, but we must have done something that... I need to put a comment there to say that. While ingredient is being dragged, don't change trace state at all. I kind of don't want those running through that. Okay, so we update the state. A-okay, we want to put a camera arrow on here. Arrow. I think we made it like that blue color. Hold on. We did, yeah, blue colors are for the camera switches. There's a T8 star at Chambers' Eric Bank. Yeah, there's just like there's nothing in the areas that I actually have unlocked. Kind of sad. But maybe I'll use this time to get a celestial signet. Isn't 508 nah. You guys excited for the Thursday stream? Kickstarter reviews? Am I the only one excited by that? I don't think that's a good angle. Pretty good. It was actually a task to purchase a celestial ring too, so I got 80 points. Easy game. Hey, Bartosz, how you doing? Join the snow and drifting trams. Are the trams wait. Is it like snowing really hard right now? Because there was a little bit of snow this morning, but I don't know if it's picked up. I thought tomorrow it's supposed to snow a lot. Oh no, it is today. Is it getting pretty crazy out there? Because I don't have a window on my office or anything. Did I go look outside? Worse than yesterday. Let me look outside real quick. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yesterday the ice was really bad. Like, I almost slipped 10 times getting into work yesterday because there was just ice right beneath that snow layer. Let's see. That is not the angle of those arrows at all. You fucking... Really upsets me that that doesn't update. Like, look, it's clearly at an angle. Why does it not show at an angle? Oh shit, a tram did derail? Holy shit. Is there like a video of that? If you have a video of that, send it to me. Oh, seen just photos? Oh, if you have photos of that, send it to me. I want to see that shit. Get out of here. Oh shit, yeah. Jesus. That's pretty insane. Like, supposed to be going this way, and I guess it just popped right off and smacked what looks like a light pole or something. I gotta send that to someone. Pretty crazy. Shortcut. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Jesus. I haven't, I mean, I saw the snow, but I didn't really see any. It was pretty peaceful walking, and there wasn't like a lot of wind. It wasn't a ton of snow. Look, I'm used to Wisconsin blizzard. The 2011? I remember this back in Wisconsin. This was a blizzard that happened in 2011. That got pretty deep. It was pretty deep. So I'm kind of used to coming from a place where this shit happens pretty commonly. Yeah, rip. I want to know why the hell I can put this arrow at a fucking angle, but it doesn't show up. It doesn't update my children. Just crashed. I was just gonna say, like, fuck you. Some error they gotta fix. Some bug. With children actors. Yeah, just do it. Okay, it actually restored. Wow. What the hell? It didn't delete these things from the world. Save, bitch. Uncontrolled. Excuse me? Huh? They are controlled. What are you talking about? Uncontrolled, locally modified outside of revision control. Yeah, they're modified by me. What does that mean? Oh. I mean, maybe that's okay. It's just like, yeah, it's modified. Okay, I think I'm just worried about too much shit. Let me see. Processing box, info panel. No, processing box. No, this is still at a fucking angle. I need you to update. It's not updated. These arrows are not at an angle. You see game developer in his natural habitat. He's searching for his solutions while keeping track of his natural enemies. Books. Hey, Okabe fan. Also true. Look, these. Okay. Let me show you. I have alchemy table, right? Okay. It even shows here. It shows here. They're angled, but if you look here, they're not angled. Why aren't they angled? They're even angled here. Can I just refresh this entire... Can I just delete? What if I put new table down? And look, the new table has the angled... I can reload the map and it still doesn't update that. Yeah, that's what I might do, unless I can just like refresh. I don't know if there's a refresh actor button or something. That's data validation. I don't know what the fuck that does. Replace selected actors with alchemy table. Okay, we did that. We replaced it with itself. I don't know. I don't even know it's weird. There's some bug going on with children actors. It's not updating on other actors that use them. I don't know. Okay. So we have the trace working correctly. We have the arrows. We need to now switch camera. More camera switches. Yeah, it's fixed for now until it breaks again. Input actions. Alchemy trace state. Hovering processing box. Doing good. How about you? I'm doing pretty great. I got my stream deck set up yesterday, so it's pretty cool. I got all my buttons I can click to change scenes and even change audio stuff. Pretty cool. I can turn on immersion mode. Would you like to see immersion mode? Immersion mode activated. Good for cutscenes. Immersion mode off. 3D printer. I've always wanted a 3D printer, but I don't know what I'd print. Probably just waifus. I'd probably just make my own anime models. There's got to be a market for that, right? Finish the move system. What move system? The PlayStation Move system? You guys remember the PlayStation Move? For your game? Oh, yeah. That's right. Right. Sorry, I don't forget because I don't care. I forget because I have the memory of a goldfish. Okay, just... So you have to remind me of things and understand that in like 20 years I'm going to have a really bad case of Alzheimer's. Okay, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say, okay, I'll say it. I'll say what I was going to say. I was going to say, if I ever get really bad Alzheimer's, I'm probably just going to do something crazy. The moment I realize that I have Alzheimer's, I'm just going to do something really wild. Like, I might as well. I don't want to have to live a life where I don't remember important things like that. Like, forgetting people in my life, forgetting my own... No, I don't want to do that. And in order to make our memory better, we drink alcohol, which has proven effects to help memory. Not true. It's not true. In fact, this is making it worse. Yeah, same. My memory is so bad. Switch to jar can. Switch. We need to switch. Okay, we need a new processing station, camera, whatever the fuck. Table. Processing station, camera state. Processing box. Check out. Yes, please. I will make a blueprint called Hot Woman, just so I can check it out every time I work. Check out Hot Woman, yes please. But then I have to commit Hot Woman if I check it out, so I don't want to commit. These are terrible jokes, guys. Why don't I work instead of doing terrible jokes? Camera graph. Processing station. It should get the actor hovered. Cast to processing box. Arrow, I need the arrow, wait, is it just called arrow? Yes, it is. Get arrow. Somebody tell me, why is Starbound soundtrack just so good? So good, okay. Big camera. Which game? Starbound. Was supposed to be a Terraria killer when it came out, but it didn't get that far. But the soundtrack is absolutely so good, so good. Think this will work? Two different games with a similar art style. that work? No, probably because we need to do that. Yeah, I mean, if I ever tried to make a game that was like Terraria, or, you know, inspired by it, I certainly wouldn't pitch it to any publisher or teammate or even player as a Terraria killer. I don't want to kill Terraria. Like, I enjoy playing it. If anything, I would do like what Minecraft and Terraria do, which is they encourage players of each game to play the other one. I would just be like, if you like Terraria, you will like our game too, I think. And if you have played our game and you haven't ever played Terraria, stop playing our game and go play Terraria. Yeah, I like that stuff. I think that kind of camaraderie between games and game devs is just, we need more of it, right? We don't actually do anything on right clicks. I think we can just... Is it weird if we just switch processing station? I don't think we actually needed to do anything. Switch processing station camera. Do processing box. I don't think we need to run any, like, logic when we switch to the processing box, right? It's just a closer camera. We'll still need to handle exit button though. But for now I can just test if the camera actually switches. If I ever make a game for actual release, I would love to do a crossover. Dude, same. Absolutely same. And not function. Just going through. Wait, hold on. What is that doing? Yeah, I really enjoy crossover. You know, it's funny because I would have said crossovers that make sense, but Fortnite has done some crossovers that I wouldn't think would be very interesting for the game, and they were absolutely the most popular ones. Like the Dragon Ball crossover. The Dragon Ball crossover was really cool. Processing box. Cast. Oh, it's not. You know what? I think it's because the widget is grabbing the... Yeah, but it's still... Hold on, I need to tick... Or I need to tick actor hovered. Something is going on. I need to know why it's not printing that. Oh, there we are. Final Fantasy XIV did one with Fall Guys. Worst combat. So much fun. It's kind of wild. What? Oh, we probably aren't updating actor hovered here. Yes. Which is weird, it should still be updating after hovered. Unless it's... No, I know why. It is because of this. This will probably solve it. Yeah. Okay. We just need a handle exit button. Also doing with Monster Hunter World. Okay, I know about that one. I heard that one was pretty cool. Yeah, okay, watch. Sadly, that one was limited time. Oops. I mean, if Cauldron Chronicles could ever do crossovers, I don't know what they would be. I guess like with new NPCs or something. We'll have to think about that. I'm a little worried though with Cauldron Chronicles because, you know, we revolve the game so much around these NPCs, right? But when you run out of these named NPC stories, are we just gonna generate some random ones that aren't like super crazy? Or are we gonna do that? I don't know. Cauldron Chronicles X Elder Scrolls. And if I would try, if they ever allowed me to deal with that, that would be so cool. But I don't know if Bethesda would ever do that. But I want to consider how we would do expansions to the game. And if they would require a new save, if they would require... Who knows? That's all going to be in how we design the system, the NPC system, but it is for sure something I'm keeping in mind. Because I want to make sure that we do it. I mean, would you want to? You would need to implement more bugs. I don't even know. At this point, I'm just worrying about prototypes. If I spend too much time thinking about the low level of this game, I will never get through prototyping. This is working. Handle exit button. Where is my handle exit? Down here. Probably just, for now, switching the processing station camera. Why is it not pasting? Huh? I can't copy nodes and paste it. What? What is Unreal doing right now? You have some world concepts? Like what do you mean, world concepts? Why can't I... I can't delete nodes either. Graph is not editable? What does that mean? Because of this shit? Thinking about DLC, maybe just opening up a new area close by with a few more NPCs could do the trick. Well, the NPCs are, you know, they come to your hut. If for now, I don't foresee like NPCs being out in the wilderness. But new areas could be done. It's just like, if I add new areas, I have to probably add new ingredients. If I add new ingredients, it kind of messes with the base game balance. And I would almost need to I don't know. It could get really tricky, right? If I nullify other areas because the new DLC adds ingredients that are better, and if they're not better, people aren't gonna buy it. Because it's like, okay, this doesn't help me in any way, it just makes the world bigger. So, I'm not sure yet. I also want to know why the graph is not editable. Now it is. This, something is weird here. Like 3 new NPCs could result in enough dialogue and content. Let those require new potions, those new ingredients, limited interaction. Yeah, for me it's just because it all depends on how we allow NPCs. Because we have like a day-night system, right? So we can track the current day, the current year, whatever. We can have that. If we do that, we then need to make sure that the NPC system would probably have to run off of days. So we can kind of script when the first days when certain NPCs appear or something, but we don't want them to run into each other necessarily unless we want that. So we then have to have like a queue system for NPCs of when they're going to show up to your hut, and that needs to be balanced. And if we do that, then if we add new NPCs through like a DLC or an update, do we add them to the queue? And if so, how are we going to tie in any lore that they might give the player? Because now if it's giving you lore that you already know or that doesn't make sense for what part of the main story, like, let's just say act you're on or how far you are through the main story, then it doesn't work. I don't know, it's like, so much of this depends on the structure of how we actually structure the story and when NPCs show up. And it might be that we require, hey, if you want to run into these NPCs, I don't know. It's gonna matter a lot. Like a random roll, if one is replaced with a DLC, one can still have old encounters at rare moments, but with new dialogue. Yeah. I mean, potentially. But it's like new dialogue. Then we have to really carefully track where the player is in the story. I don't mind the player missing content if there's still enough content that they can engage in if they miss other content. It is far away, but it's 100% going to be something that we work and iterate on massively in Vertical Slice. Because I don't want to enter full production past Vertical Slice without having a system that is actually expandable. And I want to make sure that we can add new extendable, Because for prototype, we can cut corners. But when we actually make the right system in Vertical Slice, it needs to be extendable. Yeah. Everything needs to actually have a production-ready pipeline. We need to be able to enter alpha stage, development stage, and just be able to, okay, new NPC added, I've designed them to first show up here. And the rest of that is controllable kind of by the player's actions. Exactly. Tools instead of content, 100%. Like we'll need to test the content for Vertical Slice, right? And Vertical Slice will probably need to have 2 to 3 NPCs. But the system itself needs to actually just enable quick content creation and addition, modification. And if we make changes to the content that's existing, it needs to not screw up pre-existing saves. This is very much like a systems-driven game, especially when you have narrative content that is malleable, I guess you could say. That if the player misses something or chooses not to engage in something, it can't break the rest of the game. You could say that it's like a choice-based narrative game, but I don't think in a way that's really considered traditional. Like, if you don't want to help any NPCs, I guess you don't have to. If you want to help all of them, you can. If you just want to help the ones that seem evil, you can. But we need to actually consider these things. It will be one of the most challenging systems that we make in this game. But if done right, it's going to feel really good. It's going to feel really good. There's going to be a lot of replay value, and there will be a lot of variation between two different players' stories. But I'm not going to have like a million endings to the game. I think the endings will just be what happened to this NPC? What happened to this NPC? What changes were made in the world because of the choices you made? When I get an update that actually needs non-existing data, update the save version, which then adds default data to all the missing spots before loading the save in. Yeah, that's generally the good way to do it. What was I doing? Okay, I need to test if the exit button works. Yeah. And I'm curious because I believe we could still move this around. We want this to be able to be moved around inside this. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm not against it. Yeah, there's a lot of those underlying systems that I don't think non-developers ever really consider. But if you have an RPG or anything like that where there aren't bugs being present with new updates changing certain things, it's easy to take for granted, but it should not be taken for granted. Bricking people's saves is so easy. It is so easy to fuck up someone's save when you're developing a game. Especially if you like aren't very new to coding. I mean, that's the reason like we store. Don't store anything that you don't need to store in a save game. We only need to store ingredient IDs and numbers for now. What do you have? How much of it do you have? I don't need to store anything else about that, because now I can make changes to the balance of an ingredient, and for people who are continuing a save of my game, for instance, would just have that update. The save game doesn't care what I do to that. Inexperienced hobby dev, for now. Yeah. IDs are the best. Especially, like just creating consistency between your IDs, storing IDs, it just makes it so much easier. And it's very light in save game. But can you imagine, for instance, I don't know if you're familiar with Path of Exile, but there are legacy variants of certain items in the game, and you can have those legacy variants. So when they make an update to an item and they want you to retain the original version, like I'm so curious how they manage their data and their balance. It's in a game like that, they have to have some massive ass spreadsheets or something. Wooden slab. What, you mean just like this slab? Like the plank slab? That's considered a legacy item? Data storage is just so interesting to me. The one that was copied over stone slabs. Huh. It's a scene. I think if I do processing box, I want to hide and unhide the widget. I want, if you're in the camera state, I want the widget to always be there. But when you exit that camera state, hide that. Toggle widget visibility. Couldn't simply replace them, so they kept it. It's unobtainable besides loading old versions and update. That's pretty funny. Unflammable, damn. Yeah, Minecraft isn't the most stable with handling those errors of things that don't exist. Well, I guess it is. I mean, if it doesn't exist, they just delete it, right? Not always, but usually. I would say Skyrim is probably worse with that. Skyrim, if you load up a save with a mod that's missing, it can just crash. It just fucks you over. Yeah, Skyrim is really bad for that. You can add some new mods, but other times if you add a mod that just needs a script to run when you first start the game, you gotta start a new save. And if you get rid of a mod that adds like a new item, if that item exists in your like inventory, it can just crash. Yeah. Which is, maybe it's a little bit better now, but at least because they've done updates, right, with like Fallout 4 and Starfield now. Maybe with the new modding tools that they're gonna have with Starfield, maybe it'll be really good. I don't know. That's true. You know, Starfield, for all of its design problems, was actually a really, really stable experience to play. The game was really stable for me. Frame rate issues here and there, sure, but in terms of like crashes and bugs, I completed it while only needing to use the command console on 2 quests, which for a Bethesda game is pretty damn good. I play Skyrim, I gotta use that shit all the time base game, or at least before like anniversary edition or whatever, special edition. And Fallout 4 can be like that too. Yeah, I mean, when Starfield came out, people were comparing it to like Cyberpunk and shit. Like, oh yeah, but let's look at the cutscenes in Cyberpunk versus cutscenes in Starfield. Like, yeah, but you don't understand. If I make a new quest in Starfield, it will just work. If I try to make a cutscene in Cyberpunk, no. And the thing is, in the creation engine, I can move an item around the scene, and the NPC pathing will be able to figure out where to go. Not in Cyberpunk. Like you don't understand just how great of a tool, like you said, a modding framework, creation engine is to produce the same results that you can find in the base game. It's amazing. That and the usage of cells actually makes mods that change these cells pretty lightweight, and any mods that add new cells are also quite lightweight and mod friendly. It's just like, if you want a really scripted, personalized experience, yeah, you're probably going to get that better in a game that's just designed to have a scripted, personalized experience. But if you want a game that you have extremely mod-friendly tools and framework for, Creation Engine is one of the best in the world. It just doesn't look the prettiest at times. What was... I forgot what I was doing. Shit. Yeah, exactly. You can compare, like, I agree that some parts of its animation system aren't the greatest, although I would say Starfield's facial animation was pretty good. Not the greatest, but pretty good. Its movement animation is also, it was updated. It just, I guess, it came out at a time when Cyberpunk got its update in DLC, and Baldur's Gate 3 came out, both of which had motion captured cutscenes with, customized camera angles and stuff. It's like, you can't compare a Bethesda game to this. But it's also why you're not going to find nearly as much modded content for Baldur's Gate 3 or for Cyberpunk. It will never happen. Yeah, no worries. As a framework, these games are incredible. I want to get... I need to get the box that I clicked on. I need to send it a message. I guess we could get, like, actor hovered? We have actor hovered, right? Yeah, we do have actor hover. S2 BP processing box. I hate that I'm doing all these casts, but fine. Yeah, and that's really important. I mean, imagine, well, you don't need to imagine it, but if you have a big team of designers, you can get away with it. But if you're the only designer working on a game, you have to optimize some of that stuff well. Yeah, it's like if you have 900 plus moves, 900 times 5 minutes, it's like you know how much time it's going to take you to add something. Visibility. You need it always visible. Okay, hold on, let me do... Wait, this is handle exit button. This needs to be, is not visible. On input action. Put it here. Oh yeah, we should hide it then in widget. Window visibility. No, not. Where is it? Visible. Okay, so it should show up when we right click and then we back out. Okay, it's not. Oh, it's probably because it's... I know why. We need a variable for the box we're zoomed in on. Actor hovered. Don't we set that as ingredient found though? Not what we use this for. Or click and drag. Mostly working on tools and systems instead of actual features. The laziness of 3D modeling. I mean, obviously there's too much time to work on any one part of it, right? But working on tools and systems is not a bad thing. I've taken part in the development of games where the development of tools was not finished before entering full production. It is hell. You have games that are, a few months away from release, and still the tools are broken. And the real crime of this is that some tools you may want to use in your future titles. And if you don't make the tools working for Title A, you're going to have to redevelop them for Title B. And now you're just wasting your time doing the same work twice. If you make good tools that you can use across all your games, where possible, right? Because some tools are specifically tailored to that game. But there are some, back-end tools or frameworks that you will want on all your games, like handling a save game, right? Or dealing with inputs in a certain way. I don't know. The insert idea here, right? If you can just bring that into your next game, just out of the box, and it's working, or working with very little effort to adjust it, you've already saved yourself a shit ton of time. We'll be doing that with Cauldron Chronicles. We'll be saying, okay, what do we want to actually bring into future games? Maybe our input system, because that's what this whole thing was started as, right? Was this system for input is very simple, and we can just kind of copy and paste this into our future games. Shit like that. It's very lightweight. Yeah, you're doing it the right way, I think. I'm no programmer, but I'm sure that they would say something similar. Ooh, I'm 10 minutes away from 98 mining. More level. And everything I define as such a tool and have any project related code. Yeah, that's smart. That is smart. I know Cuthbert's in here, but I think he's busy working, but I'm sure he'd feel the same way. I just outed a lurker. Yeah. Yeah. He says yeah. He agrees. I think I will do a variable for... But I'd rather make a tool than extract now project part. Yeah, that's fair. That's spaghetti. If you don't have spaghetti, you cry and you starve. At the very least, if you have certain parts of it that are you have to set up per project, you could at least isolate those into a separate, I don't know, code file, right? Another like header file or something, or data file. And as long as you know that a part of the pipeline is when you install this tool, you add it to the project, and then you need to just update this data file really quickly with a few things, and then you can, have your fun. That's still better than having to redo all the code multiple times. We just need to store, I don't know, processing box ref, zoomed ref. Also need to inherit the utils I have and then use them, but at least 90% is working out of the blue. All of it works the same. Good shit. I mean, that's what pre-production is for. And as I mentioned, I've worked on projects where we didn't even finish tools, or we didn't care to have them finished before moving on to alpha development. Like, no, this shit needed to happen in pre-what? Godspur knows too. We've been there, we felt it. You just do code. You just do the part of development that... I mean, okay, what you're saying is fair. Like, this should be up to the producers to tell you. To actually, like, say, hey, this is a tool that we need for development. So we need to solve this and have it stable to handle this scenario, this scenario, this scenario, before we can enter alpha. Or before we can, start alpha development, I should say. Quick scroll method to the main system and worked instantly on all my menus. That's beautiful. That's good shit. And that feeling of being able to add it then every time, it's like, That's right, you worked in places like that too. You worked in Nokia, right? And Sabre. Everybody wants to cut corners. They're IT corporations. Everybody knows what Nokia does, but I don't know about Sabre. Yeah. He did that stuff before game dev. Okay, so we should store the current zoomed in. So on exit button, you need to set this to nothing at the end, but before that, plug it in here. Getting into game dev is horrible. I don't recommend anybody even try to right now. Ooh, that's working. We also want to do it on hover too, but or when there's, I think actually just when there's something inside there. I need to move the text as well. No, okay. Let me rephrase that because I got a bit sidetracked by checking the thing. I don't. It's so fucking absurd that even junior companies require, or junior spots require you to have experience. It's what you're doing now is exactly the way that you get into game dev. If you don't want to pay a shit ton of money and go to university, which I don't think you need. You have something. You're making something, and it does not even matter if it's really that good. It doesn't matter if a lot of people pick it up. What matters is that you have experience, you can prove it, you can show it, and you're not afraid of showing it. What you're doing right now is absolutely the right way. I just hate that there aren't really many junior roles that are accommodating to people who are just trying to get started. I don't know if horizontal slice is proper lingo. Don't tell anyone you have a horizontal slice. That's I think that's a little scary to publishers or to producers and stuff. But I get what you mean, and it's like your hobby. Who gives a fuck? I can imagine if I went up to a publisher and said, "Oh yeah, we have a horizontal slice working. We have the bare bones of all the features, but none of them are ready yet." It's like, okay, so you have a prototype. And I laugh too because I've worked on a game where you could kind of consider it a horizontal slice. Because like so many of the systems were not actually implemented as designed because we made. What did they call them where I worked? We called them MVPs, which is supposed to stand for most valuable player or whatever the fuck. But no, in this it means minimum viable product, which means we just implemented a little bit to pass our milestone with the publisher, and then we never finished the system. I hate the term, I will not ever use the term MVP for minimum viable product. It just sounds so absurd when it should mean like the MVP is supposed to be the best thing, the most valuable. I just don't like, and I know it's a real term, right? Like minimum viable product. It is a real term. I just hate it. Or at least I hated the way that we used it and implemented it. Because really it should just be like a prototype in software development. The version of a product with just enough features to be usable by early customers who can then provide feedback for future product development. The thing is, future product development didn't occur on the game where we were using minimum viable product as a term. So I hate it. I hate the use of it. Oh, there's criticism. Yes, this is actually a concern for our game. I'll show you guys. Some research has shown that early release and MVP may hurt a company more than help when companies risk imitation by a competitor and have not established other barriers to imitation. This is often actually why game devs don't show off early versions of their product. This is one of the reasons why they wouldn't do it. Negative feedback of an MVP can negatively affect a company's reputation. That's another reason. I agree. Many developers of mobile and digital products are not criticizing the MVP because customers can easily switch between competing products through platforms. Okay, also products that do not offer the expected minimum standard of quality are inferior to competitors that enter the market with a higher standard. Agree. Yeah, I mean, I feel that way too. Minimum viable experiment. Minimum awesome product. Simple, lovable, complete. I hate MVPs, make it SLC instead. My star just ran out, hold on. Damn it. I don't have any new one right now. MVP is a selfish process abusing customers so you can learn. SLC is an alternate philosophy that results in fast, validated learning that customers love. I'm actually kind of curious about this. Product teams have been repeating the MVP mantra for a decade now without reevaluating whether it's the right way to maximize learning while pleasing the customer. Fair. It's not the best system. It's selfish and hurts customers. We don't build MVPs at WP Engine, whatever that is. The motivation behind the MVP is still valid. Build something small because small things are quick and inexpensive to test, yes. Get to the market quickly because real learning occurs when only real customers are building a real product, agree. Trash it or hard pivot if it's a failure, or invest if it's a seedling with potential, agree. MVPs are great for startups and product teams because they maximize so-called validated learning as quickly as possible, and while customer interviews are useful, you can learn brand new things when a customer actually uses the product, but MVPs are a selfish act. Note that MVP came from B2B work and should be used as, like, you have two companies that are ping-pong MVP feedback, and that is good. Yes, I agree, but B2C, absolutely not, in my opinion. I mean, you could argue that's what, like, early access is for, but that's why you call your game early access. You're saying that it's not ready yet. It's not finished yet. And I think that the lie is where it occurs. And I agree too that if you abuse MVP, technically it does, but it's not used that way. B2C is usually the direct customer, the direct people that are, yeah, I agree. Or at least you should clearly state, hey, this is the phase we're in. Like, this is why, hey, look, what you see here, this is technically MVP in some ways. A lot of the things you see here. We're just testing the ideas at a minimum viable level that feels like it could be actually usable and not frustrating. This is not the finished product, and it will not be the finished product, but it is representative of the finished product. I agree, we did not use MVP correctly. The people in charge thought that they were using it correctly, and they weren't, because we were never learning from it. We were abusing it, and we were lying to customers and publishers in order to pass milestones and try to get away with it. And in the end, it caught up with us. Because those lies, especially to players, it eventually gets found out. Oh, we did? I disagree. I disagree. Any product that is meant for the end consumer is B2C. And the things we were putting out, even though we were showing another business first to the publisher, they were still just going out to the player. The content we were showing the publisher was also going out to the player. If we actually went to the publisher, got feedback, came back and iterated on it until it was actually in a complete state, then I could, we would be presenting it in the right way, but we weren't. And I know that just because all of I agree, but I'll say this. I know what I wrote in design docs, and I know that we didn't create the things accurately to that, except in a couple of cases. I can say that much. It's my opinion that we didn't do this. I'll say that. It is my opinion. The thing is, I don't mind saying what I believe. I just don't know. I don't know what I sign. I don't know when I run out of the... I'll say this, though. The publisher wants the truth, and the publisher can spin the truth in any way that they want. But if the developer lies to them, they don't have anything to work with. And I think that giving them an MVP and not telling them that it's a prototype or that it's the first iteration is a lie. 100% a lie. Yeah, you can ask anything you want. Because most of the time, it has to do with marketing and with distribution of product. Or they don't have money. All three of those things. Usually those three things, money, distribution, and marketing, are three things that studios usually don't have enough of or enough knowledge of. So developers handle this, publishers handle this, work together, push out game. In a good situation, a publisher shouldn't be a burden. But there are bad publishers, there are bad developers. Yeah, it is the worst deal to have a publisher that pays for development. Because then you're beholden to them. And if they don't accept your milestone, they don't pay you. And if they don't pay you, you don't have any money. And sometimes you sign the rights to the game away. Look, I'll show you something. Everybody knows Devolver Digital. And one of their talks is you don't need a fucking publisher. This is by Devolver Digital. In this talk, I can share it, but it just kind of goes into what do we actually do and when do you actually need us? And if you don't need any of those things, you don't need a publisher. One of the millions of reasons why I respect Devolver Digital. If I'm working on a game, I just want to focus on the game and making it. I don't want to focus on how are we distributing this to players? Do we have Yeah, I can post a link in chat. How are you? And if for anybody on YouTube, GDC, you don't need a fucking publisher. Just look that up. You got it. I'm curious what they say. Okay. Customer, you can learn brand new things. Problem is, customers hate MVPs. Yes. Startups are encouraged by the great launch early enough that you're embarrassed by your version 1 release. But no customer wants to use an unfinished product. That the creators are embarrassed by. Okay. But with the game dev, it's a little different. Yeah, I mean, really, that's our goal with Microraptor, right? Is we want to make something that we can take to a publisher, be proud of, and if it doesn't seem to get interest, we can go somewhere else, or we can work on it more. Some publishers, yeah, and usually if there are good publishers that will do a traditional deal for your first game, but if they really like to work with you, they could buy you out. And by buy you out, meaning that they become the owners, but now they will essentially give you full, immediate access. They essentially just become your marketing and distribution team, and you become the developers, or you stay the developers. Having published with my own company, I'd say that the same thing happens even if you do the publishing with your own team. No problem is a conflict of interest between money and gameplay. I agree. In the end, you just need people who actually have the same dream. I agree. And I think that there's another publisher. Oh God, it might have been Raw Fury. Let me see if this rings a bell. There was. Yes. Yes. Okay. So number one, if any of you are developers, Raw Fury has an entire Dropbox full of templates, of legal, of money things, of pitching, marketing. This is all just downloadable. You can see templates of the NDAs that they sign, of outsourcing agreements, everything. This is an incredible set of resources for developers that is just kind of not many people know about, and I kind of discovered randomly. You can see what their pitch deck template looks like, what a pre-sign analysis from a scout will look like. So this is what they make internally to deliver internally to each other to see if a game is actually worth investing in. Incredible stuff. And I really liked their process. Obviously, transparency, right? That's another thing that we have as a value of our company. Find, like you said, in the end, you just need people who actually have the same dream, and you need to find, if you want to work with a publisher, find somebody that has who can hoist up your game, be a knight in shining armor for it, and carry it through with you to completion. Yeah, I agree. One of the things that I said to I was meeting with publishers this last year, and I specifically chose publishers that seemed to have the same goals as us in mind. And I think it worked because I found people who were just incredibly passionate about gaming. They looked at what I thought would be very limiting requirements. Because I said, look, if you work with us, we have very certain ways that we work and certain ways that we need to work with you. And if you don't accept it, then we're not going to work with you. I said that we don't crunch. We will retain the IP to all of our titles that we make. We want to control our own social communities, like Discord and Twitter. We have minimal NDAs. And we want to at least have input on the marketing and product descriptions. And everyone that I talked to, publisher, was like, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. I also said, like, hey, we want to stream development of our game. Like, yeah, that's really awesome. We love that when developers get in touch with their community more. So there are publishers out there that I think are really good and really positive, but they just aren't as well known, and they should be more well known. Reading what is an agreement, they made some rev split with publisher, and for that, publisher meant to spend about $50K for marketing. So game is releasing and no marketing was made. As publisher learned, they sent 10 people delegation to Japan for 1 week in 5-star hotel, and that was whole $50K. It's a good lesson. But yeah, knowing exactly where that money is being spent and having it up front. And I mean, really, that's a story that you would probably post on some game dev Reddit, and absolutely nobody would want to work with that publisher ever again. I love this. MVPs are 2M and rarely V. I fucking love this. Yeah, I agree. Ultimately, what's bad for customers is bad for the company. And I believe that entirely. We're building up Microraptor with that in mind. That's why we want to have a zero bug policy, and we want full transparency. Where we can legally, right? I don't really have an interest in sharing exactly how much money we make or something, but when we, if we go to Kickstarter or something and we're asking for $100,000 or something, you better believe there's going to be a fucking minuscule breakdown of where exactly that money is planned to be spent. Simple, yes, simple, yeah. For example, it was okay that early versions of Google Docs had only 3% of the features that Microsoft Word have, because Docs did a great job of what it was primarily designed for, which is simplicity and real-time collab. Yep, that's right. Simple is good, incomplete is not. 100% agree. And the way that MVP was used in previous things I worked on was absolutely incomplete. Look, I want to read this later. I will bookmark it. Done. Back to dev. Also expensive to add business features, for example, like A/B testing. Yeah, A/B testing is not the simplest or cheapest. Shout out to different referral or social sharing, yeah. Just because A/B testing works doesn't mean it's going to work in every scenario where it can be implemented. What was I doing? Okay, so when you hover over the processing box, I want to send similar to our ingredients actually, I want to send a hide and show tooltip. I just make a BPI ingredient box, processing box, blueprint interface, BPI. Show tooltip. Show info box. I think we did a retriggerable delay. Sneaky. Oh no, we didn't want it on hover. We wanted it when there's an item in there. I'm getting, I got so sidetracked. So sidetracked. Talking about publishers and shit. No, there are really good publishers to work with if you're an indie developer. You just need to know when you need one and if you need one. Because look, if your game blows the hell up and you get, 100,000 likes or something on some trailer on Twitter, you probably don't need a publisher. You're probably going to be okay putting that. And, throw up the Steam page, see how many wish lists you get, and if it's above a certain number, you're probably okay. You're probably going to be just fine. What was the game that's come out recently? The co-op horror one. What was it? What the fuck is it? Where are my top sellers? New and noteworthy top sellers. Walking Dead. No, Lethal Company. This doesn't have a publisher. Do you think they need a publisher? No. They don't need a publisher. I doubt they will ever need a publisher. Could they benefit from some of the things that a publisher does? Yeah. They really like their survival horrors, don't they? Like I said, I don't think this game ever needs a publisher, but they could go to a publisher if they need certain services, and they could probably get it. But they wouldn't have to sell their soul, they wouldn't have to sell the IP. The thing is, most publishers would want to work with a game that was that popular because it increases the popularity and visibility of all their other games. He's probably already been contacted by publishers. By many. When you're game dev cycle, it works. Especially if you're making the same kind of game, you have a lot of tools and knowledge that you can just carry over. Okay. That on the box. I want a few things. On component begin overlap. And on component end overlap. Other actor does implement interface. Ingredient. True. Do ingredient in box. Do an and. Is valid As long as we can track that for now, that'll be great. And on component end overlap, I think I'm just going to test if it's the same ingredient. Oh, okay, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, what happens if we put multiple ingredients in the box? Can we do a check? Is there like some event that we can do to check anything inside the box? Or do we have to cache it? And then we can run a check on the cached things that are inside of it. UE5, check all actors inside collision. Get all actors of class in a box collision. Oh, can I get all over? Get overlapping act, okay. Ooh, thank God there's something that already exists for that. For now, what I can do is if equal. This will just be to test the basic functionality. I'm actually really curious why that. I mean, I don't think it's like bad that it does this, but I'm curious why it doesn't trigger that overlap while I'm dragging it. Why? It could be that it. Oh, I don't know why. A little weird though. Ugh. Okay, but it's working. That basic functionality at least. The biggest question I have is now when. Yeah, see, it's like. This is what we can do. I mean, it's just a prototype, so we can implement it in kind of a. Just need to be functional and not frustrating. I think that the player puts more than one ingredient in a processing box. We kind of are just going to accept that they made that mistake. The important thing is that if there are more overlapping actors, class filter. Yes, please. Would like a class filter. Get all overlapping actors of BP ingredient and just get a see if there are any in there. If true, get me a copy of whatever is at index 0 and set the new actor of that. If false, nullify the actor in box and toggle widget is off. So I think this would, and you know, we need to then trigger again the, we need to tell it to update that widget again, but right now we're just working on the visibility. So it should mean this one won't change it at all, but if I take out this one, it will stay until that one's. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Looks good shit. I'm gonna stop showing that. Okay, we need to update that panel. We need a little bit of functionality added to the panel though, because we need it to display if the ingredient can be processed or not. So if it's an already processed ingredient, we want to tell you like, hey, you can't process this ingredient further. That should be easy. You don't need jar open, jar list item. Rid of that. Ingredient buttons. BPI, not right now. We need to put an overlay. Wrap this with an overlay. That's okay, right? That doesn't fuck anything up. Yeah, it's fine. And then put another border on this overlay here. Put some text inside of it. Center that text, please. Center justify. Make it black. You cannot modify this ingredient any further. And I'll give it the same background color as this one. Fine. All this cannot modify is variable. default collapsed. Function toggle widget visibility. We use that? Toggle cannot modify border. New viz. It's visible. Let's just do a select. I like how every time I do this, I just do it a different way. Okay. Okay. Get widget. Get widget. Cast to what? Cast to processing box info panel. But we can't tell it to build, right? Oh, build ingredient tool. Needs an ingredient. Technically, that should be really easy to do. I'm gonna make a macro. Change ingredient ID. Base ID. I'm gonna do a state. New state. This should be pretty easy. We were just going to string this. Split from end, take the left. Append. Ooh, we want to output. Well, I want to output an F name. New ID. Okay, we're gonna need that. We'll need that. What was I doing? This should be the relatively easy part. We just need to on component begin overlap, toggle widget viz. We then want to go to the widget. And build ingredient tooltip, ingredient inbox, get ingredient ID. Each processing box actually needs a state to process to. Instance editable. We can keep it normal for now. Fine. Change ingredient ID to this state. Shove that in. We need to update the states that we have. We're almost there. We're making good time too. I actually think we'll have processing of ingredients today. I keep getting sidetracked though. I keep forgetting. I'm like, okay, we need to do this next. Oh, but then to do this, we need to do this. So I'm gonna do this first. And then by the time I finish that, I come back, I'm like, shit. Why did we do that? What was the actual thing that we had to do next? I need all of this. What this should show me, if it works, is because this lavender is dried, anything that I put it in will show the normal state. Yes, it does. This is like, if we change it to that, this is what we get. Otherwise, oh, I need to do the same thing we do for the Cauldron, but here. We need to do that. We need to do, yeah. Shit, my shooting star ran out. East Falador Bank, World 542. Yeah, it's an easy one. East Falador Bank, bitches. All right, we're on it. Yeah, we need to determine if it's not a normal ingredient. We need to do a check. So Update ingredient in box. Fine. Toggle widget visibility. Fine. If the widget is... Oh, can I mark? Let's rename this to check if ingredient can be processed. And we'll send it the ingredient ID. So, fuck yes. Still want that. That part is fine. Should we make a macro for like check ingredient state? I don't think we need to because we can get the ingredient structure. Ingredient ID. I'm a little scared by my ability to get so lost in what I'm doing and yet still somehow arrive at the right place by the end of this. I don't think that's a good thing. Break ingredient. Break the data. State. You know what? Let's make a macro for it. Because the thing is, we're going to need the same thing when we actually have the button to process the ingredient, right? We need to make sure, like, hey, you can't do it. This is not something you can process. Check ingredient processing. Oh, we already have it. We already have one. Wait, do we use this anywhere? Oh yeah, we use it because we check if it can be sent. Okay, so we already have a check ingredient processing. Is processed. Select. Other way around. Really good video? Yeah, it is. It really is. Makes me respect Need Publisher. Yeah, but you're using licensed products, right? Nintendo is not well known for its generosity with its licenses. I do for this one, slowly plan an actual one, like one that isn't tied to Pokemon, or one that is tied to Pokemon. What was I doing? Should we can test if this works? Can we? Medium box widget. Well, this isn't tied to any copyright. That isn't okay. So similar style of game like the Monster Hunter. What are they called? Creature Battlers or whatever? But just not tied to Pokemon. More like Temtem has done, right? Is one example. There's a lot of mobile games too that do same thing. Oh, not a creature game? Okay. Please correct me where I'm wrong so that I have a better understanding. Oh, a city builder. Oh, that's a lot different. That's a lot. Okay, city in the most loose way. Okay. Different genre. Feel free to expand upon it in as elegant or non-elegant of a way. Hey, Everly, how you doing? Processing box info bank. Check if ingredient can be processed. We'll just do it here. Check if ingredient can be processed. Ooh, we should do it before. One there. Doing good, that's great. And kind of don't want to give it away without leaving it in the open before any development. So let me think how to word it. Yeah, no worries. You can say as much or as little as you need. That should work. We really just need to run that again. Let's see if I just copy. Cannot modify this ingredient any further, but shiitake we can. Yes, we can. Look at that. Oh, that's fast. I'm gonna make a city builder where you don't really build a city but does have a similar play style. You grow your city over a grid, like Civ, lead your people to greatness, or destroy yourself instead. The tech tree is up to you. One path may take you a different future from others. Is it more like a god game in a sense? Like how much control over it do you have? update that there. Let me add in the other states that we want. Add ingredient states. I bet this is modifying a lot of blueprints by adding more of these. You are in there, so can't control higher source. You're in there, okay. Okay. Oh, almost caught myself. Oops. Let's do cut round fermented cooked distilled. Field is your resources. The choices are a focus of the players to decide, but choices are hard to undo. Not impossible, but hard. Okay. Uh-oh, we have 2 C's and 2 D's. I don't like that. I mean, it's all going to be handled through Excel anyway. So I could just do like CU and DI. Cut, ground, fermented, cooked, distilled. Oh, I want to do... You almost need to check if ingredient be processed. I'm a little worried there might be some errors here. Because if the ingredient doesn't exist in that way, we shouldn't be doing any of this. Focus on fixing your regrets, or live with them and learn, or maybe even expect them and turn it into something great. No worries. It makes me better at reading, too. Get ingredient ID. That will always produce the right thing. Check if ingredient can be processed. Check ingredient processing. The thing is that we can't always get the ingredient structure. We need something in here of, does ingredient exist? I can't have multiple outputs. Yeah, I need how do I do that? Like, I mean, I can't check if there's, I can't like validate the data. I guess I could break it. If the base ingredient ID is equal to none, because it will still create a structure, right? The out row will be, is if found. I can't make, I don't know what the default data would be. How do I handle this case? I'm not really sure what it's going to output if it doesn't find anything. I mean, right now it's just going to go, you know, I can do this, it'll always output something. I just don't know what it's going to output. I can try to do this and just check if it's equal to none, which I think is what it defaults to. We could check. Ingredient display. Default value none. This is a question. We clean some air balls. Classic stuff. I guess we never gave as much thought as we should to whether or not. I was so preoccupied with if I could, I should. I was never stopped and thought if I could. Is not how it goes, but that's how it goes for us. Weather alert. Good. I know there's snow. That's not news to me. I mean, I guess we can just have an output here as well of whether or not it exists. In and out, I guess. Set. Oh wait, I need to get the text. Not modify border. How many things am I gonna break with this? Probably a lot. Gradient cannot be modified in this way. I think it'll be fine if I do this. I don't think I've broken anything. I hope. Like, it's the only time that we actually work with non-tangible possibilities, because every other time we really check an ingredient state, we're getting an ingredient that we have in front of us. This is the one time where we don't have the ingredient in front of us. We're checking if we can actually change it into that. Not that. I need processing station. And I need to update. Ooh. I can make this a little bit nicer too. I just crashed the. Son of a bitch. What is this version? What is this version of Unreal hate? Holy shit. Please restore these things. It hates child actors for some reason. Processing station. Construction script, a construction script, text render, get set text. I need to do it to string first, and then string to text. Oh, it's looking for a return node. It's like it's a construction script. I don't need a return node. It's not returning anywhere. It should stay dry. Okay, yes, perfect. Beautiful. Dried, hot, ground, fermented. That's a bit big. Cooked, distilled. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Text render, world size, 22. Looks good. Now I think if I thought we put shiitake over here. I guess it didn't save. Relo's doing some crazy shit today. Shiitake should, I mean, there shouldn't be anything for it, okay. I mean, it's not returning anything, but it's not doing this properly. Does ingredient exist? Is process. I know why. It's because it is process is returning false. I would actually rather just do a branch here then. Branch. Yeah, type it correctly. Does ingredient is true. Run this as normal then. Otherwise, just set the visibility as visible. And then run this. Well, that's weird. It ingredient stress. So this must not be working then, this method. Okay, let's try is equal to okay, I can't do that. How do I do it even? I mean, there's gotta be something, right? Yeah, because it doesn't return anything. I mean, I could check the output. But I check this data. Let me do any checking equal. And I can't add a breakpoint there. I guess I could check the... No, I can't. Shit. We're not actually checking the right... Hold on, maybe that... Why is there no debug data? Which one are we... Weird. Wait, it didn't even modify the... That might be an issue. Sucks. Are we just doing this in the wrong order? Check if ingredient can be processed. Build ingredient tooltip. I wish I could see what it's outputting here. What's working? Definitely sent it there. Oh, okay. I know why. I know why. Dumb. Idiot. Okay. Should work then. Cannot be modified in this way. What do we want the priority to be? Cannot modify the ingredient any further. Does ingredient exist? Shit, my star ran out. Damn it. Why? Why do you do this to me? I'm just trying to enjoy a peaceful bit of relaxation and develop games without any bugs. Or 39. I wanted to show both, right? Like I wanted to show if ingredient doesn't exist. This is gonna look so bad. It's gonna look so dumb. I don't know why I'm doing it this way, but whatever. Ingredient doesn't exist and is processed. You cannot modify this ingredient any further. And this yes. I think that will work. Okay, so if I put in here, that shouldn't function. Is process. Oh, because we're not actually putting in the original ingredient either. the order that we're doing this is really fucked up. Let's refactor. Let's refactor. Let's refactor. I don't like this. I don't like whatever this is. This is fucked up. Check if ingredient can be processed. Needs to... I don't understand everything, but it feels good to just look and enjoy. I hope so. I hope it feels good to just see me struggling to develop something very simple. I mean, we have a nice soundtrack in the background for it anyway, right? Yeah, this is bad. This is a bad way to do it. What's the first step? We need to build the ingredient tooltip, but we need to first check, can the ingredient be processed, right? So I think on change ingredient, check if ingredient exists. Need to go now? No worries. Thank you for hanging out for a little while. I appreciate it. Have a nice stream. Thank you so much. Have a nice rest of your day. Ingredient struct. I don't want to do this part here. I'd rather have already assumed that the ingredient exists. Hey, Oregon. We jamming? Got cat jam too. Check if ingredient exists. We need an ingredient ID, which is an F name, and Boolean output B does exist. Get data table row. Table ingredient. You guys like the anime? Are you guys weebs? There's some pretty good stuff this season. Anime. Was I called? We talked briefly about one of them, which was the Apothecary Diaries. That's been really good, and I read ahead into the manga and light novel, and yeah, it's really nice. Definitely aimed at female fans, but to be honest, I like if I like the main characters in a romance, I'm interested too. It's not like I don't like romance if it's interesting. You're totally not a cult. Profound. Equal to none. Wait, is this not correct? If it's equal to none, it doesn't exist. Yeah, this not. Another one would be So no Frieren, which is been so good. It's been so good. The animation quality, it's fuck, the soundtrack, the story is really interesting, very philosophical in nature. I like that one too. That one just, it's feel good, right? And I like that I like the relationship. It's really wholesome. I think that's based on a light novel though. I have not read the light novel. But maybe I should. You hated it in one way? Which way? There was no sex. And me clean at 3 a.m. every single. Actually, they might not be old enough for me to cheer for that. If the characters are underage, I don't cheer for the sex, but I do cheer for like some hand holding, some kissing, hugging, some nice things that don't get you in trouble with the FBI. But if the characters in romance are of age, then like, yeah, fucking give me some dirty shit. There's one that I have a guilty pleasure of, and it's not actually because I have any interest in the fetish at display. But it's actually good. Oh no, I don't know how much I can show of this. Okay, it's actually pretty tame. But there's this one called Sweat and Soap, and it's pretty wholesome and enjoyable. I would recommend checking that out. Okay, let me explain. Okay, so the guy works at a company that makes like products for cleaning yourself, and the male lead, he's in charge of creating new scents for soaps. So he's kind of smelled it all, but then he gets a scent of her, and she sweats a lot, and he likes that. He likes the smell of her like pheromones, right? Of her sweating. So it's more wholesome than it sounds, but really he just likes how she smells, which is pretty, I guess, natural, right? It's wholesome, okay? It's wholesome. It doesn't look wholesome, but it is wholesome. I recommend it. It needs an anime adaptation. The problem is like they don't do anime adaptations of like adults really that often. It's wholesome. No, red is good. Red is like that's important. That's an important color. Just read it, you'll see. It's not sus. I'll tell you something I did start reading recently, and that is sus. I should not be reading this. And that is, wait, I need to open up an incognito tab. And I need to make sure that I can show it. Okay, I can show this. Wait, they have released videos and 2 live action films? Okay, just look that up somewhere else. I'm not gonna look up any more of that. Okay? You saw it. You saw it. You can look that up on your own computers. And then you can come back. Then you can press the red button on that one, okay? You know, lots of manga at the moment. My favorite right now is My Cute Little Kitten. I don't know that one. Wait, no, I think you did tell me about that one. That was the lesbian manga, right? Lesbian romance manga? The Yuri? Hey, could somebody's name? Thank you for following. I don't know how to pronounce that. Also, I didn't hear my sound alerts. Why didn't I hear my sound alerts? I'm so sorry. I'll play, if I can get the sound alerts working again, I'll play it. I don't know why that didn't work. Wait, I need to re-trigger.
Yeah. Damn, you make me proud.
There we go, we got it. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I appreciate some Yuri. I really do. What's better than seeing one woman with romance stuff? Well, Copy Fan, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. What was I saying? What's better than seeing one woman in a romance, seeing two women in romance? Thank you. We will have emotes soon. Just give it a little time. What the fuck is this spaghetti? I don't want to look at this. I don't want to look at the spaghetti. I don't know what I did there, but I see spaghetti. I don't want to see it. If it's working, don't tell me that it's working. I just will be okay. I did nothing. No, thank you so much. Everything we make goes directly towards development, you know, and we're gonna need to develop stuff. So thank you so much. You guys might have to help me with deciding what emotes we want at which tiers. I'd like to at least put like our high and lurk emotes maybe on follower tier, so anybody can use those. I'll put our cat emote on tier 3. This should be a tier 3 emote. It's so dumb. It's ingredient ID. Hey, the Bidoof is good at least. The Bidoof is something tangible. The fucking cat. Tier 5 quality. It's terrible. No, it's not. It's not terrible. Get out of here. Date to process. Okay. We need to check, does ingredient... Wait. Check if ingredient exists. Why would we need 2 of those then? Oh, I know why. Yeah. I know why we do that. Created that monster? That is better. Check Ingredient can be processed. Okay, I want to get rid of this. But we use this somewhere else, right? We just don't need the does ingredient exist here. We were kind of misusing that technically, so we don't need that. Does ingredient exist? Let's refresh the node. We'll do Boolean input here. Does exit? No, I want does exit, but with an S before the T. Okay. Modify this Greek. I'm just gonna delete. I'm just gonna delete this. Does exist. Let's check that first. Bucks. My star ran out. Tier 8 Narda, 460. I don't even have to move for that one. That's perfect. Oh, it's right here. Oh. I don't know if anybody plays RuneScape or cares, but I'm only 440 XP away from 99 mining on League, so we're grinding. Okay, does exist. False. I also I'd like to check if the ingredient ID is processed. Can we have an input of the original ID? Modified ID. Name. Sorry, you guys can't see it because it's... The details panel is right underneath my camera. Look, wait, I can do this. Source immersion mode on. Boom, look at that. Now you can see it. Immersion mode. Immerse yourself in Unreal Engine. Original ID. Original. Do you guys feel immersed in Unreal Engine now? You want to know what you can do? Make my stream full screen, and then you'll forget that you're not looking at a stream, and you'll think that my taskbar is your taskbar. You don't feel immersed in Unreal? Damn it. Damn it. Shit. Thought that would work. Still coding in Unity, yeah. Okay, fair enough. I should add a Windows taskbar to my games so that people forget that they're playing in full screen and they click on it thinking that it's their taskbar, but it's still a game. Better yet, before the game fully starts, it's going to take a screenshot and just trim out your taskbar. And it'll put that in the game, and it'll look exactly like your taskbar. You won't know it. It does exist, true, is processed. I think we only want to check if it's processed. How do we want to do that? Let's go step by step. Does it exist? Yes. But is it processed? It... T cannot modify. There we go. Set text. Yeah, thank you for the follows and subs, guys. Really means a lot. We were definitely very questionable, or we were questioning whether or not any of this could work. And especially, you know, taking on a new venture, it scares the shit out of my parents. They're like, you don't have a job? You're gonna stream, but nobody makes money streaming, which is true. And, you know, I keep having to explain to them why we're doing this, all the benefits of doing it this way. It's good. It's important. Visibility. Set visibility. Says nobody makes money streaming. Okay. Some people, okay. You can't go into this expecting that you know, hot tub section money or anything. I have moobs, not boobs, and it's like nobody pays for that. So I'm also not a fan of, okay, we can't do. We should save it for tomorrow, but honestly, I'm not a fan of big breasts. I'm just gonna put that out there. We can have the discussion if we want, but if nobody replies to that, we won't have the discussion. If somebody replies to that, we can have the discussion. But I was saying we should save it for tomorrow when we get drunk and have our fun. Noted. Take out of my category, I only stream there. So what am I doing? Is processed. Okay, let's do a select. Removes note. We discussed it in 3 streams today. We can discuss it again today. Why were you discussing breast size preferences in 3 streams? I just realized a good portion of my family is going to watch this stream as well. I don't care. I don't give a shit. If I gave a shit, I wouldn't be doing this. It keeps coming up today. Why does it keep coming? What is it about Tuesday, November the 28th, 2023? That just requires streamers to give their breast size preferences. You know what, look, I prefer smaller ones. I think they're more aesthetically pleasing. I don't know why. Okay, I did start it. Why did I start it? Okay, the hot tub streaming, don't make money. Okay, I see. I remember this. Okay, remember the thread that we used to get here. Is processed false collapse. And then based on processing, we need to update the text. I don't care if this looks ugly. We're gonna do it this way. Second gradient process. I just realized that this playlist is 8 hours repeating the same 6 tracks. They're I mean, they're good tracks, don't get me wrong. It's just kind of funny that it took me 5-6 hours to notice that. of this playlist. I take it doesn't matter because I only care about the size for the first 5 minutes anyway. What do you care about after that? That sounds a little sus. Maybe I'm reading into that too much. My personal take is like what you like. What I don't appreciate is, you know, like just, I don't really like that women shame other women for the size of their breasts. You know, it's just because it's like, you're going to find somebody out there who likes them the way they are. It's not going to be a problem. And then, you know, some poor women have to change their, you know, they feel like they're obligated or that they have to change the size of them to please other people. It's really not the case. You know, it's like if you're a bit, if you feel like you need to lose some weight, that's something you can do naturally, but changing aspects of your physical body that you have to change with like surgery or something, you shouldn't feel forced to do that. Tegas doesn't, after that's content, I mean, depending on what we're talking about, if it's streaming, it's content. That's true, like, make money the way you want to make money. Can we talk about the controversy of moms who use OnlyFans and the effect that it has on their children? Is that something that everybody can agree on is kind of fucked up? Or is that a controversial take? I don't know. Can't relate. Well, I'm not saying if you can relate to having a mom who does who does OnlyFans. I'm just saying, like, you see these kids, these stories about kids who get made fun of because their mom does OnlyFans. I just kind of feel bad for those kids. And it, you know, makes me question, like, didn't your mom ever consider this? Like, of course it's going to be found out. Of course it will. Can it be modified? The ingredient exists. Why do I just feel like something is wrong here? Who's banging? Somebody's banging downstairs. You guys can't hear that, right? If you guys can hear that, I'll toggle my mic. I hate that. It exists. Is processed false? If it's false, we don't really care. It's just we can modify this way. Or you cannot modify this ingredient any further is what we should show. They're banging right next to me. Not, and you know, like I keep saying, it's not the good banging. I don't think anybody minds if there's a little bit of moaning coming from the stream, but this is not the good moaning. This is not the good banging. The good thing is I can quickly toggle my mic on and off now without having to fuck around with remote desktop shit. Does exist. False. I've muted my mic, but if you can hear it while I'm talking. Really, can't you guys just wait like 12 minutes until it's 4 p.m. when people usually go home? It's so obnoxious. Just end me. Just end me. Hey guys, welcome to my podcast, where we talk about breast sizes and controversial topics. Okay, like I'm using this as an excuse also to just quit out of this function because I'm so deep into this function, I forget the point of this function. It's... I want to finish this today. I'd like to finish this function. We're so close. We're so close. But now I forget the point of this function. I don't remember what it's supposed to do. It's not like this function even checks if the ingredient can be processed anymore. That's not what this does anymore. I named it this, and it doesn't do it. Put the music a bit louder and mute yourself for a bit if it gets you frustrated. Yeah. Maybe. It wouldn't matter if it wasn't too loud either, but it feels like it's right next to me, like they're just doing shit. I don't know if you guys, I think you guys can only hear it really if I'm talking while it's occurring. Because I think that the shock mount on the microphone is preventing it from being picked up, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is one of those cases where the flow of logic is simpler than I'm thinking it is. And then I kind of just get lost. Oh, and I also wasn't mining. I just wasted like 5 minutes. It's like we can hook in all of this stuff to it. What was blocking me out of running this method? Yeah, I just need to finish this and just go the fuck home. Go buy some McDonald's and cry myself to sleep or something, I don't know. Do I have alcohol at home? Yes, I have Bailey's. I can make adult hot chocolate. Right, hot chocolate, shot of Bailey's. That makes some good hot chocolate. Yeah, we don't need to deliver the modified ID to this, actually. That's not the point of it, right? No, it is important. If the ingredient doesn't exist, and is processed, because we check the modified here. So we've already actually done this check. We don't need to put in the modified ID here. This isn't necessary. I assume, because we've already done that check here. Why are you... Oh, okay. Yeah. This should say both. Didn't say anything. Didn't say. Probably because this is not set up. This should always be visible if this is the case, right? We always want to say something. Okay, they're not banging anymore. Knock on wood. We cannot modify this ingredient any further, and this ingredient cannot be modified in this way. Cannot modify this ingredient any further. I'm right. Yeah, there's a bug. There's a bug here. It's allowing me to right-click these, and I shouldn't be able to right-click those little. If I bring over I'm gonna bring over a regular lavender, and it should show me the dried state. This should be the same as this. Yes. This ingredient cannot be modified this way. I think it is working. I don't know. We've long established that the trace that I'm using to move items is absolute dog shit, and I don't know why. But it's functional enough for a prototype. It constantly bugs me. Okay. That part is working. what isn't working is that we need this same functionality here. We just need to copy this. I guess we could just put that into a function then, but I don't want to do it. I'm too much of a hateful person to do it. And that function has gotten on my nerves today. Oh, we don't need to do that? Okay. Good to know. File save all. Bugged out enough today. Okay, processing box zoomed. We need to get the right click. And if it's valid, we need to not do anything. Because that means we're already hovered in on something. And that should prevent the... Yeah. Although now we have a new bug, where if you zoom in and there's nothing in there, we just get this default. Okay, I know a way around that. I know a way. We'll just change the default shit here. Fuck, my star went away. Damn it. Well, I'm trying to do shit. 339. That's not a league. Drainer Village, tier 8, 566. Okay. World 566. Which world? Necklace, jewelry, Drainer Village. Problem solved. Should we stay until we're 99? It would only be like half an hour more. We can do it. I wanted to get everything. Yeah, we can do it. I don't have anything going on today. My fiance's, doing work still anyway until a little bit later, so the less I bother her, the better. I bother her a lot. A lot. Ooh, am I a bother? I bother her so much, and she still doesn't understand why when we have a house, why I want a man cave. She's like, why do you need it? Why can't you just exist in normal spaces or something? I mean, that's my interpretation of what she's saying. But she's essentially saying she doesn't understand why I need a man cave. And it's like, you don't get it. Like, this is my space. I need a space where I can do wild shit, I can play wild games, and I can get wild, right? But it's not like Girls Gone Wild or Guys Gone Wild in this case. It's more like I can go wild with myself. Okay, but that doesn't really... Okay. That doesn't make it better. I need a man cave. I don't think... Here's my stereotype. I don't think women understand the necessity for a man cave. Yeah, but we can't be in the same room together when we're doing some of our hobbies. Like, for some things, I need my silence and I need my focus. The audio just cut out. That was weird. No, for some things we can't. Guys. Weird species. Guilty. Guilty is charged. Okay, text block. No, I need... I almost need a third state. I need a state of... Insert an ingredient to continue. Could have a lesbian. I don't know how to explain the necessity. I mean, look, she's kind of a tomboyish in her personality. So I think she also needs a space where she can work. And I plan, you know, if we can have a house, I want that for her. Especially because she's interested in like learning sewing so she can make, she really enjoys like Victorian era dresses and stuff and wants to make it. And I'd love to give her a space to do that without interruption. But I also need a man cave where I can just pimp it out. I can add in biometric scanning and like just make it look really cool. An automatic old-fashioned maker, like the drink, the cocktail. I'll make all this stuff. Yeah, how do we do it? We've just created this, and this works. But now what happens if I right-click on one and there's no ingredient in there? Toggle widget visit. I'm not sure. Which processing station can? Oh, yeah, probably need to update widget interaction to go back to normal here, actually. Actually, now that I look at this, I think we do need to do this. Prevent some future bugs. We just need to add in a separate... This looks terrible. Check if ingredient can be build. Ingredient tooltip. Okay, I guess I could just maybe... By default it could be visible, and we could just make it... Hit overlap factors is valid. Ooh. Not good. I'll go widget visit. We could just make it so when you right click it doesn't do that. And then the problem would be solved. Why does it do that when you right click? Yeah, why do this? Wasn't this just done for testing purposes and we kept it in and now I'm trying to fix a bug because of something that we created for testing purposes? I think that's what we did. Wait, shiitake. Wait, what? Uh-oh. That's not shiitake, that's lavender. That's a bug. Okay, let's fix it. Why is it occurring? Can I get the processing bug? Ingredient bug. Uh... Uh-huh. Oh, okay, okay, this needs to be hooked up. This does not need to be hooked up. That'll solve the error, but we still have the bug with... For some reason, the shiitakes... Yeah, something isn't being updated properly with it. We put the lavender in. It sets the ingredient in box. When we take it out, it should be setting ingredient in box to null, to none. I don't know why it's not. It's like still going through with this. Hector. Ooh, it's not resetting ingredient in box then. Is valid. Maybe it's because it's still, for some reason, what if we delay this? Just a very small delay. I'm curious if it will still have that issue. It will. So what the fuck is happening? I don't know which one it is, so I'm just gonna do this until I don't know which one is actually erroring out. That's the one. Okay. That's That's weird. Okay, ingredient shiitake. Oh, you know what? I know why. It's because this doesn't exist. And so it's just retaining the old data in there. It's not clearing the data. Not until somewhere. So it's literally just row not found is getting triggered, and then it doesn't do anything. That's why. Okay. That's easy to fix. That's easy. Okay, let me just try that. Let me just try. It for sure isn't going to give that error anymore, or it's not going to show lavender, but it shouldn't have shown anything. It should have just shown the text for that it can't be processed. It's going to break again. I don't want to. Okay, can't modify it further. Toggling the visibility of these incorrectly. Here. I don't know which one it is. This one, okay. Does exist. Brew, check ingredient processed. False. It shouldn't exist. Why does it think that it exists? We checked this before though and it was working. Oh, okay. Hold on. You might have just found the issue. I was looking at that and I'm like, wait, do we need the knot here again? Oh, and I've just broken things even further. Son of a... get the ingredient. If it's equal to none, no, the not should be here. What have I done? No, that's right. You got it working, well, lucky you. Look at this. Perfect developer over here. Congrats. Hopefully you can spread some of your luck to me. Ingredient can be brought. It should be returning false. I don't understand. Why? Not the right one. Lavender D. He's nuts. I mean, this should work correctly. Base ID, split from end there, grab the left side of it, append underscore D. Cannot modify the ingredient any further. That's correct. True. True and real. Ingredient in box. Take N. Should change it to Take D. Take D does not exist. Wish I could test it. Why does it say true? I thought that macro was working. I wanted to check if ingredient exists. I thought this worked. Okay, where's begin play? Get data table row. Ingredient. Make literal name. ing. Take D. This won't exist. That's fine. I don't care. I need you to print break print that, please. What does that come up with? None. It's correct. Correct. If it's equal to none, which will be true, right? Yes. Does exist. We don't want it to be true. We want it to be the opposite. Oh, I just kind of fucked up. Which means it will be false. Now, if the row is found, this will be false. It will be true. Does exist, true. Why does it think that shiitake dried exists? It does not. It does not. It's not here. I mean, it's possible. Change ingredient ID isn't working correctly. Why do I have two macros for check if ingredient exists? Oh. Yeah, that's not the one. It literally returns false here. So, okay. Change ingredient ID. New state. Dried. False. Why is it printing true then? I don't understand. I mean, it's getting the right ingredient ID. It's not failing this aspect. Curious. Frustrating and curious. Like it clearly says Shiitake N. Don't do that. Print this. Yeah, like it clearly says ingredient Shiitake D. Where is it bugging out along this line? It has to be before here. There has to be some... I mean, it could be... But we only use the original ID here. We are not putting in the modified ID. This is just changing, just appending and splitting. And like the default value of does exist is false. It's getting changed to true. I don't get why or how. Where's my tick? Event tick, let's promote. I don't even know what we would promote. That does exist. Does the modified ingredient exist? This should be true. This should be false. False. True. False. It only thinks shiitake dried exists. Huh? Like, look, it's fine here. Wait, is it also false? It's only when I put this in here, it somehow magically just becomes true permanently. It's now permanently true. What is this madness? What is this? There's nothing being stored here. These are just macros and functions. Like, everything is only valid while it's in scope. Okay, let's go one step further. Let's tick ingredient inbox. Get display name. Should have done this much sooner, I think. It's gonna tick for all of them. I kind of just wanted one to do it. Print to log, no duration, 0.2. It updates. Hold on. I'm going to do something that's very unprecedented. I'm going to close Unreal, and I'm going to restart the project. Never been tried before. World first, world premiere. World premiere. You want to see something a bit more exciting? 99 fire making, or mining. Here we come. One more drop. It's ours. Boom. 99. Any gratzes? No. It's leagues. 99s are easy, they're cheap. But yeah, we got 99 mining. Let's go get the skill cape or something. I don't get the skill cape later. Get it later. Next up, wood cutting, I guess. Let me go look at a woodcut for years. I'm logging off though for now. For that. We got 99, we're happy. Okay, that's done with. This does not make sense. This is the dumbest thing ever. I'm going to need like a programmer to look at this. Because I don't get what I'm doing wrong. It's tracking the right ingredient inbox. This changes correctly. Let's strip through this bit by bit. It's doing this correctly. We can verify that. We can even verify that when shiitake is placed in here, false. What is this false? It is, does this ingredient exist? Does shiitake dried exist? No. No, it does not. Cut? No. Ground? No. Nope. None of these alternate forms exist yet in data. Does lavender dried ground exist? No. Cut? No. Dried? Yes. True. Now, does shiitake dried exist? Apparently, it now does. And if we know that it's updating this properly, this ingredient inbox, it should be getting the ID correctly, unless you clear the value on leave. The only value in scope is ingredient inbox. Everything else is either function or macro. So it's only in scope while it's being run. And we clear it. the weirdest shit. It's like there's like, maybe there's some intermediary, I don't know. I'm just speculating at this point. I don't fucking know what's going on. I'm gonna delete every other ingredient from here. I'm then going to on tick get the ingredient ID. I don't know why this isn't gonna do anything, but I'm just gonna print the ingredient ID on tick. Don't print a log. There's only these two, lavender D, shiitake N. They're not changing IDs. They're not changing ID. They're not changing IDs, and yet still this macro, check if ingredient exists. It keeps resetting this. It's like I can't save this macro at all. I type in none, it's like it doesn't even recognize it. But clearly an aspect of it is working. I don't care. I'm doing it this way. I don't care. If this still fucks up, wait, what? Get data table row DT ingredient. Narrated. Expanding, check if ingredient I was pruned because its exact pin is not. Okay, I don't. Error. It's like it's possible just that macro. I don't even know. I don't even know. It's still occurring. We're gonna keep going down the list of just making this simpler and simpler. now it's working. Why? Why does this work? Even look, it was even outputting the correct value. Like it worked when it wasn't in the macro library. But the moment it was in the macro library, it wasn't functioning correctly. I don't understand this. I don't care. I don't care how this looks. I'm just gonna keep it this way. You know why? Because I don't fucking care. Why? I don't care whose mom it is, whether it's uncle who works at Nintendo. I don't care. This is the way things are going to be in this blueprint, and I don't care. And look, we're gonna put a big comment box. Fuck this shit. Fuck you. I hate you. You suck ass. You dumb, stupid blueprint piece of shit. Okay. Good. That's my comment on this chunk of code. Now we can drag this down. We can delete that, and we are going to paste the same thing here. Oh, I need... This is good. Now it's going to be in 2 places. This is good stuff. Okay. Technically it should say... Oh no. Yes, this is correct. Give me some regular lavender, please. Send to processing. Think it's working. Holy shit. Oh my god, I hate that so much. I hate you. I really hate you. You're not used anywhere else, right? Okay, good. Get out of here. You're being deleted. I never want to talk to you or your father again. Stupid macro. Okay, I wanted to have buttons to actually change the ingredients. No, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Just give me 2 minutes to hit up the bathroom and like cool down a little bit, okay? I will be back. We're gonna finish this. We're gonna have fully functioning fuck you alchemy table by the end of today. Give me 1 second. Scenes, BRB. Microphone muted. okay. We are better. There's a big CPU spike whenever I swap scenes. Yeah, there is. Is what it is. Game kept crashing because of swap between, if not equal and equal. Wonderful. You gotta love it, right? What a job. What a hobby. Besides an awful dialogue, the feature's working out. Congrats. We have both reached the point of at least functionality. How easy would it be for us to actually implement this shit? Is it even feasible for us to finish this today, or would we just be rushing through it? I kind of feel like we might be rushing through it if we do it. Right? Well, I know one thing we could fix then if we need to. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this today. Ooh, that's okay. Yeah, we have a couple bugs. So number one, if the ingredient is inside here, I'll show you because I gotta restart it. Let's fix these two bugs, and then tomorrow we can actually finish processing ingredients because we are very close. If I am in here, I right click here. Bug number one. If we go and click on lavender to view it further, and we X out, we come back here instead of back here. And number two, because it thinks that we're still in this camera, we can't right click on any of these. These should both be relatively easy to fix because we kind of already done them in other, like the Cauldron camera, right? The same as here. We just test the last station camera. Okay, let's see. Okay, I see. Here we do a branch. If last processing station camera equal to, that's not the right equal. Do processing box, right? You need to switch processing station camera to processing box. How it should look, right? Yeah. Otherwise we continue as normal. Bug number one fixed. And I think that the other bug is pretty similar. Or it may have pretty much been fixed by doing it, actually. Didn't go back. Why? Actor hovered. it's because it's not going to get actor hovered. Set this immediately upon the input, right? So should be safe to here, I think. The higher pitch my voice, the less that I'm sure. Is valid. Wait, it is not valid. Select object. I can't do a select on that. Wait, I can do is valid. Is a true A B. We're just doing all the hacks today. Okay, let's hope this works. Bug me. What is it? This. Okay. You right click there, we come back normal. We right click here, right click, back, back. Right click, back. Right click. Ooh, I know, okay. We have one more bug. When we handle exit button, we toggle widget visibility, EP Pro. We need to do that only if is valid index if true this isn't gonna fuck up the other toggle because we toggle it on when do we toggle that on? Find reference. All blueprints. That is not the same toggle widget visibility. We reuse that name. Toggle. Info widget visibility. Find those references. Okay, better. Toggle to visible, gradient inbox. You can also check just if ingredient inbox is valid. That would be a little bit safer, I think. It is valid. Try that. Okay, how do we trigger this again? That, oh, that's not very nice. Oh, but that needs to be the other way around. No. That didn't fix it. Need to not be making dumb decisions here. Two dialogues are being said through each other. Oops. You won't be able to finish it. What a day of dev this has been, hasn't it? Almost 8 hours in. Okay, it happens when I'm Could be the other way around. Oh, I know why. I know why. I know what. This is not the right place to be doing this. I was considering just putting it on tick, but I'm not gonna do that. I think we need to set the new visibility. Or just do this. Shove it up your stupid fucking thing. so done with blueprints today. Okay, work. Please work. I want to go home. Work. Hey, did you do it? Okay, you did it. Congratulations, you did it, buddy. You worked. You've done it. Nobody can tell you that you didn't do it. Okay. Okay, we need to, okay. Look, we're done with this for now. Save all. Okay, check those out. Let's put our shit in the repo. Yeah, thank you. Holy shit. Really don't know what this external actors thing is, but no. What did we do? What did we even accomplish today? Feels like we did a lot of bug fixing. Ingredients can be fully sent between stations. Added spawn point to processing station. Added processing boxes with basic functionality for now. It's kind of all we did. And hated myself for a while because a macro wasn't working. True. Did we make changes to structures? Maybe? I don't remember that. Oh, and we added in necessary processing station camera and trace states. Checking in. Checked in. Close. To do. Needs actual processing box. Technically, these are still to do. And definitely organized content browser would be a good thing to do. GDD tomorrow, I need to make sure I don't forget to fix the issue with Word tomorrow. I'll do my best for that. Okay, guys. Holy shit. Okay, tomorrow we have a bit to do. We'll work on the GDD and stuff, and do the basics of that tomorrow, and then finish off the processing stations. I'm gonna get a nice good video of that post on socials tomorrow, because that's gonna be a big milestone for us, is actually being able to do something. And if we have any extra time, I'd like to add more ingredients, number one. Oh, here's what I can do. I'd like to add more ingredients tomorrow to fully test things. And if we have any extra time, and I don't think we will, a basic UI that shows like your goals No, I don't think we'll have enough time, but I want to turn at least what we have now into some little demo that I can share with other people, and they can just try to make some, like 3 potions that I put in there. And it will require you to mix and match different ingredients, to process some things, to try it out. At least the bare bones functionality of it. And if you can make those 3 potions, and I don't know if some brew button that I press and it'll check if the brew you made is equal to it, then yeah, that'll probably take us longer. That'll probably put us into next week, into the first week of December. It depends on if I'm here or not on Friday. We could also just kind of embrace the drank, and if I do have any ability to stream on Friday, then we'll just play something. We'll just kind of take it easy. And then first week of December we'll go all in on, I guess, kind of creating our first prototype demo playable. And that, if we do make it, it will be available on our Discord for free. Doesn't matter if you're a follower, subscriber, who cares. You can come in, you can try it out, and just give feedback. Honest feedback. Only honest. Even if it's bad. Okay. I'm pooped. I'm tired today. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube and get out of here, and see you guys tomorrow. How about that? So thank you guys so much for showing up, hanging out, for all the nice things. Thank you for the follows and the subs. As usual, check out our YouTube if you want to see all the VODs for Cauldron Chronicles development. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here for the stream. No, you're amazing. And check out our Twitter if you want to get updated on our streams. Also, our schedule is available on Twitch in the schedule tab. I'm going to do my best to make sure that's updated. Come to our Discord. You can chat with all of us directly from Microraptor and the community. We talk a lot of shit there, and it's pretty relaxed. And I will see you guys tomorrow. So take care. Love you all. Bye-bye. Which button do I press? Okay, I press the stop streaming button, and if it works, you're not going to see me. Okay? Why is it using so much of my CPU to show my camera? Holy shit. Lesson learned. Camera, it really doesn't like that. Okay, see you guys.